Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Do you have any items for the record?
I have no items at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, when the legislature broke for the noon recess, pending was Legislative Bill 34, AM 109, a motion to withdraw and substitute was successfully adopted. And a motion to, a question of germaneness had been discussed, and a motion to overrule the chair was pending.
Members, the procedural queue will resume. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Linan, for giving this a run. The purpose of this is to try to allow later today when we discuss LR2CA to give it a shot at getting on the November ballot. And I appreciate that. And I know there's a lot of concern out there among senators that, well, if we do Brandt CA, then the other 24 CAs could be alive. The bottom line is a CA will still need 30 votes to get anywhere. And I really, I guess from what I've heard, there may be none or one other one that might have that. So that's kind of the fail-safe. I know earlier today, Senator Slama made the statement that the wheels are falling off. And I guess I don't feel that way. The wheels are not falling off. We are tightening up the lug nuts on the wheels, and we are using a great big impact wrench to do this thing, to keep the wheels from falling off, because we want the people to unlock the Constitution when we get to LR2CA, and it's a very simple amendment, and I know a lot of people are getting really worried about things, but I guess I am going to vote to overrule the chair because that enhances the chances of that CA getting on the ballot this fall. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator McDonald would like to recognize a guest under the south balcony, Paul Weber of Lincoln. Please stand and be recognized by the Nebraska Legislature. Returning to the queue, Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Nebraskans, I'm going to take a moment here just to read exactly what is underlined in this bill. I rise to not overrule the chair. And again, this is special session, but to think that we would change something so drastic just because of this special session, what would this do to years to come when people want to just throw on an amendment? If anybody has found that we have had more initiatives on our ballots in the last 8 years since I've been here than I think we have as long as it's ever been on the books. So the language reads, when any proposal submitted by the legislature is placed on the ballot for a vote of the electorate of the entire state, a statement in clear, concise language explaining the effect of a vote for and a vote against the proposal shall be printed immediately preceding the ballot title. Such statement shall be prepared by the Executive Board of the Legislative Council and submitted to the Secretary of State, and then they crossed out at least 4 months prior to the general election for certification to the election commissioners and county clerks, along with the ballot titles as follows. A, this is all new language, for a proposal submitted by the legislature during a regular session of the legislature, such statement shall be submitted to the Secretary of State at least 4 months prior to the general election. And B, for a proposal submitted by the legislature during a special session of the legislature, such statement shall be submitted to the Secretary of State by September 1st prior to the general election. And then number 2, it says and they took out such, the statement shall be printed in italics and shall be so worded as to not be intentionally an argument or likely to create a prejudice either for or against the proposal. The statement shall also be published in italics preceding the ballot title on each proposal published pursuant to section 49-202. And then number 3, the deadlines, which they underlined, taking out the 4-month requirement prescribed in the subsection 1 of this section, shall not apply to any legislative proposal submitted to the electorate at a special election as provided in article. The whole point is that we are doing something that I do not believe in this session for as many CAs as we were able to listen to. Just in the Revenue Committee, I mean, all of those could easily be submitted. But the one I'm most concerned about, folks, and listen up, there is a gaming one on here, and I am adamantly opposed to any gaming being presented in this particular session. If you take after it when I'm gone, God bless y'all, but I will not tolerate other bills being subjected to what we're trying to get finished here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, colleagues and Nebraskans. So I rise today in opposition to the motion to overrule the chair. So just to sort of remind folks of where we are who are maybe watching back home, there was an amendment that was proposed to LB 34, which we are currently discussing. And that amendment had to do with a bill that was heard in I believe the Urban Affairs Committee, if I'm correct. It was not heard in the Revenue Committee is what the relevant part of this is. And I think that anyone who's kind of like really, I know we've had a long special session. I know it's been exhausting, but anyone who's really paying attention and thinking about the process and the policies that we follow in here and the rules we follow in here, it's pretty obvious that this is not germane. And what you're hearing are folks who are on the mic who might be on opposite sides of the issue of the underlying amendment, right? There are some people in here who might support this amendment, who would like to see this amendment voted on, who are saying, look, there are other ways to do this. This isn't germane. We shouldn't do it this way. There are people who are opposed to the underlying amendment who don't want that on, who are also saying that. So that's something that I think is worthwhile. The other thing that I find kind of compelling is that we're hearing that all of a sudden LR2CA is all of a sudden one of the most important bills that's been brought this session. If that's the case, why was that not kicked out and put on the floor right away? On day 14, we're just now identifying what one of the most important bills of the session is. The thing is, this whole special session was never really our special session in here. It was never the legislature special session. This was the governor's special session. The governor called us here. The governor's plan is what was prioritized. The governor's plan is what was put out there. The legislature brought over 80 other ideas. And we, as a legislative body, decided that we should not prioritize the legislature's ideas, that we should prioritize the governor's idea. That all of us knew, the quiet part out loud, all of us knew was going to fail. So when the cards kind of inevitably fell, where we all knew that they would, now we're kind of scrambling saying, oh, this bill that we haven't even prioritized at all until day 15 is all of a sudden the most important bill of the special session. And we're trying to make it germane into a revenue bill and it's a different committee. We don't need to spin our heads because this isn't our failure. Legislative process and procedure should never be an at-all-cost situation. That's not democracy. Democracy is not steamrolling through just to steamroll something through. Healthy democracy is incredibly inconvenient to bad ideas. And that is exactly what we've seen this special session. It has been very inconvenient to a bad idea. There are multiple other ideas, as I said earlier, over 80 other ideas presented by this legislature. And I think it needs to be said that it's fascinating that now all of a sudden the legislature's ideas are important. If it was about our ideas, why weren't these more important earlier in this session? So I am unwilling, even though I might support some of the things in this amendment, thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, I am not going to overrule the chair just because I want to get done something I want to get done. Because I don't believe in victory at all costs. I believe in following the rules of the institution, and I'm unwilling to participate in that type of shenanigan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nebraskans, what you are seeing is just politics at its best. No real substance, just jockeying so they can figure out how to put it on a postcard. If people get up and complain about process, and process is so important, they'll vote to not override the chair and then turn around and vote for the bill. That's what's going to happen here. People are going to vote to not override the chair, and then they're going to vote for the bill. So all the speeches we've heard so far, just watch who votes for the bill. It doesn't matter. Process is important, but not that important. Not that important. So what's going to happen is I'm going to sit back and watch this cloture vote, and people who vote for cloture, we're going to have some conversations today on the mic. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, you're going to justify supporting an overall bill that sends money to out-of-town people, corporations and hedge funds who are buying and kicking people, buying North Omaha, South Omaha, Lincoln homes and kicking them out, and not delivering anything to renters, to those on fixed income. You're going to have to explain that on the mic, on the transcript. So if you don't want to have that conversation, I would take this vote and leave. I'm not running for anything else. What I might do, some might call political suicide. But today we're going to open up the door and shine some light on how people really are. Because you don't get to vote no on one bill and not think it's connected to another bill. No, we're going to talk about how they're connected. You can dance as much as you want to dance, but this is recorded, and we can tell the voters exactly what you're really doing. This doesn't help anyone. This could have done, like I said, by email. Governor agencies could have just withheld spending all their money, came back in January, and appropriations still could have transferred funds. Talking about front loading. Yes, it is a more efficient method, but it's not new. 3% is new. The first year is 185 million. Second year is 138. We actually go down. People are going to see a couple dollars. Some people might only see a couple cents. Because people don't want to work. People are scared to take a vote. There have been only like 4 people who have been consistent on that board up there, and I thank them for being consistent. Most people are playing games. I've been clear from day one what I have wanted. I am pushing to do that. But so you can say you delivered property tax relief, that is not going to work in your election this year in East Omaha. Because it's going to be on the record of why you're really doing this and the cuts that we made to get it done. You can try your best to separate LB 2 and 3 from this process, but it's not going to happen. The reason they were put together is because they have to fund each other. Period. So dance on the mic. I'm giving you a heads up so you can start writing your spin right now for these questions.
1 minute.
So don't vote that it's not germane or to overrule the chair and then get up here and then vote for the bill. Either process matters or it doesn't. So mad we adjourned yesterday. So mad we weren't given heads up. Oh, so mad. But you'll vote for this. You'll vote for the bill. And we're going to start exposing people who are trying to dance in the shadows because I'm tired of it. I took too many things on the chin, and now it's time for some of y'all to take some things on the chin too. So when you start dancing, and I printed out the LB 3 and LB 4, the cloture motions, all that stuff. No more hiding today. There are a lot of bills that I can go through and talk to in a lot of time. No more sitting side on the side and playing both sides. That's not happening no more. Own your votes.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to overrule the chair. I think I would agree with Senator Slama and many others who have spoken on the mic. The executive board looked at this. We made a decision really based upon the timing that's out there. We think the timing is appropriate, 4 months. Now just think about this. If we allow ballot initiatives to get on the ballot on September 1st, people will already be getting mail-in ballots on October 1st or thereabouts, just after the 1st of October. How on earth does anyone have any time to really explain what that ballot initiative means? And when I say that, there'll be people in favor and people opposed. And I think the voters deserve to know what that ballot initiative is about. And there's no time. That's why we have in statutes what we have. So by that alone, I believe that the executive board was correct in what they did and why we should not move forward with this CA. I would also tell you, as it relates to Senator Brandt's bill, this was introduced earlier, but it never came out of committee in the special session. We're going to be meeting again in January, and I have a lot of concerns about what's in that bill. There's a lot of things I don't think people have considered. In rural Nebraska, think about ethanol plants. Think about any other processing plants. Think about any commercial businesses. Think about trying to attract industry to Nebraska. We just shifted a bunch of taxes to them. We use incentives historically to bring people to the state, and now we're going to create a big disincentive because we've seen what's happening to values, and what's happened is ag has come down over years in terms of what we're paying at the farmland level, and we've seen residential now be the leader. And where's the biggest residential values? Lincoln and Omaha. Okay, by the way, when you look at those values coming down from a valuation standpoint, we're talking multi-million-dollar homes that would be valued lower. I think most of us would like to help people with homestead exemptions. We'd like to get veterans that are disabled be able to get a better homestead exemption. We'd like to help those people that actually need the help. But we're going to give it to everybody under this, if indeed that would get on the ballot and approved. What does that do to the TIOSA formula? Well, it brings a lot more money to those areas where they have high home values. It's not going to come to rural Nebraska. So this is just bad policy from the standpoint, I don't like the CA, I don't like the process, and we should not overrule the chair. This is the right ruling. if we want to go talk about these CAs, let's bring them next year. We've got 2 years to talk about it. We'll have another election 2 years after that, and then we can vote on them. But anything we try to rush right now is not going to get the light of day because of the timing. September 1 is too late to be putting something on the ballot when people would be voting just a little over 30 days after that. It just doesn't make sense. As it relates to Senator Wayne's comments about the out-of-state landowners, we make a big deal out of that, but they're so few in total numbers that it doesn't move the needle. And I've explained before on the mic that they do pay property taxes and they do get the 1107 tax credit. So they're not benefiting from this. We can demagogue it all we want to, but it's just not true. So that's not a factor. But if we want to jazz everybody up, get everybody all ginned up and concerned about
1 minute.
what we're doing, that's not the right narrative. Let's look at this straight up. Whatever happens in this special session, those that are saying the wheels have come off, that this has been a failure, let me tell you what I learned from this. I learned exactly where the pressure points are at. I've learned exactly what we've got support for and what we don't have support for. So when I'm working on a bill coming back next session, I know exactly a lot of what needs to be in it. I know who we need to talk to work out the wrinkles, and we're way ahead of where we'd be by waiting until January. So if nothing else, we accomplished that in this special session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I will not be voting to overrule the chair. The chair made the correct ruling by the plain language. This last session, we said if it comes from two different committees, then it's not germane. So there you go. This is from two different committees. So that's how I'm going to vote. As far as the rest of it's concerned, I'll own my votes. My votes were this. On LB 34, the first time, I was not voting on the cloture vote because Senator Wayne is both wrong and right. It's not 3%, it's worse and better. For some people, this will be 0%. For other people, it will be 30% of their school property taxes. It depends on if they took the exemption on their income taxes or not. So it's better policy. To do that is better policy to say, you don't have to jump through a hoop and let us have your money during the year. And then in April, if you jump through the right hoops, we'll give you your money back. I'm going to vote for that because it's better policy. I don't love the caps. But I have been working this summer in good faith with the governor, with my colleagues, with everybody, and I objected to a number of different things. Y'all remember, Senator Kauth's not here, but she got real annoyed one day. She's like, we know you object. And all of those things are gone. And somebody said, what are you still objecting to? And I was like, I can't point to it. So I guess maybe that means I'm in favor of it. This bill, for some people, the people who have not been jumping through the hoops, will get some property tax relief. Everybody will not have to loan, there's Senator Kauth. Everybody will not have to loan the government their money when they pay their property taxes and wait until they file their income tax return to get it back. It's a good thing. Doesn't seem like that's that difficult. So I own that vote. Yeah, I'm voting for that. Don't love the caps. Don't love the caps. But I said to somebody when I was doing a negotiation, I said, when everybody's just a little bit angry, when they're all about the same amount angry, you've found your answer. Everybody's just about the same amount angry. We've probably found our answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the motion to overrule the chair. I think that the chair was spot on in his ruling in this instance. And I want to be clear about a couple of the data points that I utilize in formulating this decision. And I think the discussion overall has been really thoughtful on this matter that has arisen today. So the first part being, and I do appreciate the candor and transparency for members who have brought this forward, is to say, I'm going to overrule the chair because regardless of X, Y, and Z, I want to accomplish X, Y, and Z. And so that, of course, is each individual member's prerogative to decide how to cast their vote. But and of course, that result-oriented thinking plays into the strategy, but trying to make sure that we do have some sort of framework in terms of process and precedent. The rules itself spell out what the framework is for decision-making in this regard. So we have Rule 7, Section 3, and then the provision to overrule Rule 1, Section 12. And on its face, the plain language in regards to a decision related to germaneness, it says no motion, proposition, subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under the color of amendment. Any amendment that is not germane is out of order. So perhaps one factor, again, to look at is where various and sundry provisions emanated from in terms of their original referencing to subject matter committees or jurisdictional committees. Now, I do understand that it's not completely unprecedented to occasionally join pieces across different subject matter committees. However, what would be unprecedented, and that does happen very, very rarely in our history, colleagues, would be to join subject matter from separate and distinct jurisdictional committees that is non-germane. So while the committee piece is one important part of the piece, it can't override the basic threshold in regards to the rule on its face, which requires it to be germane. So having a revenue bill, LB 34, that was referenced to the Revenue Committee that's come out with a host of different revenue related matters is now trying under the color of amendment to utilize electoral provisions as part of the revenue package that were referenced to the executive board and disposed of there with IPP motions, and that are languishing in the general affairs committee and have not been clearly dealt with and will not be forthcoming based upon the procedural posture of that. So is it possible to sometimes move matters across different committees in terms of amendments that are on the floor? Yes, it's rare, but it is possible, but that it still has to be germane. And that's where this fails. And that's where the presiding officer got it right. Regardless of the result-oriented decision-making, regardless of which committees were in play, it's still not germane on the face of the rule. And it can't overcome germaneness under the color of amendment, according to our rules as they are written, which we have all agreed to.
1 minute.
So thank you, Mr. President. So I would ask colleagues to perhaps divorce themselves for a moment from the results-oriented thinking and to take a step back and ensure fidelity to our rules. So please oppose the motion to overrule the chair, uphold the ruling of the chair in regards to germaneness, which is the question, and then we can hopefully continue the important debate on LB 34, and I'm looking forward to that today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I'm not sure if I stand opposed or in support of overruling the chair, and I'm going to tell you why. I do believe in this institution and I do believe the rules, but then when I hear people stand up and they're so sanctimonious, I really want to scream. When somebody stands up and says, we don't need to do it now, let's do it in January. Let's see, I'm pretty sure we started out the session saying, hey, do we really need to do this now? Let's do it in January. And what happened? What always happens, by the way, when the steamroller comes, you better get out of the way. We're going to flatten you out because we don't agree with you and we're going to push this through no matter what. Until we don't like what you're doing, and then we're going to chime in and say, hey, let's wait till January. We can get this done in January. It doesn't give people time. Oh, you mean like we said at the beginning of this session? We don't have time to consume hundreds of pages of information and talk to our constituents and have appropriate time for hearings and talk to the people across Nebraska to find out what they want, because you want to get it done and you want to get it done now. Oh, but we don't have time for this. We want to give property tax relief to those who need it most, not everybody. Oh, you mean like Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Blood's circuit breaker bills? Giving it to the people who need it the most? Oh, right. Those bills aren't ever considered, ever. But boy, we gave a lot of money to big business, to corporate people. And then we want to ignore our elected officials because you know better. You know better because, I don't know, maybe you sold insurance, or maybe you're a banker, or maybe you're a doctor, but you know better than the people that are elected locally by local people to serve their wants and needs and concerns. You know better because you're a state senator. For those of us that stay on the floor, and sometimes I do regret it, and listen to all of the debate, I wish you could hear yourselves. I wish you could hear yourselves when you get up on the mics and you say the exact words that we say, but there's truth to your words. Your words mean something. Your opinion is more important. It's hypocritical. A lot of us are going on very little sleep. I want you to really think about what you're saying on the mic today. If you're going to stand up and repeat the same words we said to you 2 weeks ago and use it as justification to support or not support something, just remember, I'm sitting right here. I'm hearing every word you're saying, and I'm going to make sure that we reflect back to you like a mirror the hypocrisy that I am hearing in this special session. Because what I do know is there are a lot of smart people here, a lot of good people here, like Senator Walz, like Senator Wishart, like Senator Brandt, Senator Lowe, who I used to stand up and always watch debate. Now you can have your backs turned, which I kind of understand this time, Senator Lowe. You know, a lot of us are trying.
1 minute.
And are authentic in the words that we use, and really came here with the intention of doing something positive. Now, not only is progress jeopardized, but as usual, the institution is as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Seeing no one else in the procedural queue, Senator Linehan, you're recognized to close.
Our rules allow us to overrule the chair. We've done it many times in my 8 years I've been here. And the idea that you can't put a bill from one committee with a bill from the other committee and pass it is also not true. That is exactly what we did with 1107. Probably the biggest thing the legislature did since I've been here. We took 2 revenue bills, put it with an appropriation bill. So it was the Imagine Act, property tax credit, and the next project. We put all of them together. We didn't have a hearing. We didn't talk about germaneness, and we did something big and significant. So we can go home and tell the property owners that, Oh, well, it was our rules. It's going to be very hard to explain because when you're explaining, you're losing. So if you want to be on the side that it's about our rules versus about doing something about property taxes, then you won't vote to overrule the chair. If you want to do something about property taxes, you're going to vote to overrule the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Members, the question is the motion to overrule the chair. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have all of you voted who wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
15 ayes, 30 nays to overrule the chair, Mr. President.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, turning to amendments to AM 109, Senator Linehan, I have a series of amendments with notes that you wish to withdraw.
Without objection, so ordered.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to amend with In that case, Mr. President, I have nothing left on AM 109.
Returning to the queue, Senator Eybaugh.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And good afternoon. While I rise in support of LB 34 and what we're trying to achieve here with this bill, because this is literally, and it's been said many times on the mic today, literally the very least we can do at this point. I really just can't express my disappointment enough through this entire process. And I know I'm relatively new here yet, but as you know, I was a member of the working group this summer along with many of my colleagues. And while some people, may not have been happy with everything in the bill, I think the goal was to provide us a framework, and it provided a lot more to our citizens than what we're currently going to give them with 34. And so I think our goal has to still remain what's most important for our citizens and how do we accomplish that. And while there have been the minor tweaks to 34, like the TIF and the election process, I really still feel like it's not enough. And I actually like what Senator Wayne did yesterday. He provided us with some options that were clear and concise. And I thought they were great ideas. And if everyone would just take his approach to that framework and even provide something similar, and I think we could have gotten the feedback. I think we could have gotten some maybe even better ideas to go with them. And I think we would have found some things that we could all live with that would have provided a real consensus and some relief for our constituents. I don't think that this is a rural versus urban, even though a lot of times I know we get into that discussion, what's best for rural, what's best for urban. And I don't think it's a Republican versus Democrat, because we all get along on this floor. We all talk about issues, we talk about our families, we talk about everything. And so I don't think that that's the issue. I think we could have all bought into something, but I just don't think that that's been accomplished. So while I hope that LB 34 advances, I'll be voting for it. I hope if nothing else comes out of this session, that we've learned some lessons going forward to January. And I actually look forward to that challenge, and I look forward to coming back to work and really doing something significant for Nebraskans. With that, I would yield my time to Senator Hughes, if she would like it.
Thank you, Senator Iba. Senator Hughes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator Iba. I rise. I wanted to speak a little bit on LB 34, specifically AM 109. Thank you, Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee for addressing the issue about the election. Majority of counties do not have an election in the odd years. What the verbiage will do is that if a city or county needed to do a vote of the people in that odd year, they would have an opportunity to do so. In this amendment, there's a specific date of May. However, for that special election, that'll be really way too soon, or you could argue way too late, as cities and counties really do their budgeting process between July and September. They hold hearings for their constituents, et cetera. So I've spoken with some committee members, and I know there's going to have to be a tweak. We would prefer to see that on an odd year in the fall would be a better date. Just as far as the process of special session, it's been a bit frustrating for myself, but I'm always trying to look at what good comes of things. And I think there were a lot of really good ideas and bills brought to the special session.
1 minute.
And thank you, Chair. And I'm expecting to see a lot of those on a return come January. We'll have a whole bunch of new colleagues to join us and get those guys up to speed. But I think we had some really good hearings on some really good ideas and bills. And I know I'm going to be working hard in the interim to work on some of the things I was working on and make them better. And so that come in January, we can start to have a fresh look at property tax and build a coalition and get some things accomplished. So I kind of see this special session as a first little baby step with a lot more good to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator McKenna, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am opposed to everything, as I've been the whole time I've been here. Coming back, because I got an update about the state penitentiary. So I was correct. There was a water main issue, but according to the department, they were making some proactive repairs. It's not clear on how long the water was shut off. It's not clear why they were making proactive repairs. But what is clear from what I stated prior, there is a water main issue that persists that needs to be properly repaired, and they keep having to make repairs because the water main hasn't been replaced properly or fixed properly. That is clear. 2, they stated that the water is fully functioning at the women's prison. But that hasn't been the problem because that lacks context. The water has been fully functioning at the women's prison, but the water has been discolored while being fully functioning. The water has not been the greatest quality while being fully functioning. So although the water is fully functioning at the women's prison, it's not good quality water. It's potentially harmful for the women in the prison. When you talk about the Nebraska State Penitentiary, it's clear there's a water main issue. They could gloss it up and say that they were doing proactive repairs, but it's clear there is a water main issue, and Senator McKinney isn't getting up here making up stories. I told you I know people. And furthermore, if you're a city or a county and you want 3% caps, you better call your senator, because the governor doesn't want it and some people in this body don't want it, and they're going to try to stop the amendment from getting on. So you should be calling your senator to try to get that on, because It's not going to happen. But I don't support LB 34 anyway because it doesn't help people. Although it might help some low-income homeowners, again, we were called back to help all Nebraskans. None of this helps all Nebraskans. So all of this should die. We should go home, come back in January, and come up with a real plan to help all Nebraskans, because this doesn't help all Nebraskans. And we just have to be honest about that. Because if we were open to helping all Nebraskans, online gambling would be on the floor, legalizing marijuana would be on the floor, Senator Brandt's LR2CA would be on the floor. Everything would be on the floor to be considered. But we're not trying to help all Nebraskans. And that is the crux of the issue and why we have so much chaos in the body. We're not helping all Nebraskans, or we're not trying to help all Nebraskans. And we just have to be honest about that. If you don't own property, you're not getting helped. So you gotta just be honest. Just be clear. I don't think we have to gloss over facts and practical realities here. We could just be honest. We could say people panic and just go on with our lives and say, this doesn't help everybody. We should come back in January with a real plan. We have some more months to think this through, to figure out how to help people. And Senator Lippincott wants me to talk about my birthday being tomorrow. Maybe we'll be here, but you know, this doesn't help everybody. Let's just be honest about it. We need to go. Let this all die. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I rise in support of LB 34 and AM 109. I was on the governor's committee that met during the summer, also on the revenue committee at the start of the summer when the nonpartisan group met with the governor. Everything was on the table. We narrowed some things down as to how the tax system in Nebraska could better be rebalanced. Over the last 20 years or so, property taxes have increased dramatically compared to the other two legs of the three-legged stool they had at that time. You can't hardly call it a three-legged stool anymore because it's so far out of balance with property taxes being in a crisis situation now. They have actually, property taxes have been in a crisis in greater Nebraska for at least 15 years. And now with the crisis being spread even more to urban Nebraska, it's become even extreme that we do something about property taxes. I am very disappointed, to be honest, that we couldn't do more to relieve property taxes in this special session, at least so far, and it doesn't look very bright for the rest of the session. But I am supporting AM 109 and LB 34 because it is the best that we have on the table right now. I would support just about anything within reason that will bring down property taxes in Nebraska because, you know, compared to the rest of the nation, compared to if you're talking about Nebraska being competitive, whether it be with agriculture, industry, or just the citizens, homeowners in the state, we are so far out of whack with the rest of the nation that we need to get something done as soon as possible. And that's the reason the governor called for this special session. And I'm glad that he did, but like I said, I just hope we can do more and wish we could do more. With rebalancing our tax system to heavier reliance on sales tax, less reliance on property tax, citizens have a choice with sales tax as to whether or not they buy goods or services that do have sales tax on them. For by far, by far, we have not put sales tax on necessities, food and medical supplies and services. For the most part, do not have sales tax on them. So I think that's great because those are necessities. What we do have sales tax on and what we want to rebalance sales tax with, our whole system, tax system with, we do go to taxing wants rather than needs. Just pretty much everything that we wanted to expand the sales tax base with are wants rather than needs.
1 minute.
And of course, with sin taxes, I do agree that those goods and services that we're talking about with sin taxes are things that we want to discourage in our economy anyway. So I am fine with relying a little more on those and a little less on property taxes. The whole country is moving toward a more service-oriented economy, as Nebraska is. So that's the direction we have to move, and we'll be in lockstep with the rest of the country with a tax system that is more fair to everyone, that does rely more on sales tax and less on property taxes. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Hardin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Existential anticlimax is what happens when you have a great anticipation and then it doesn't take place. It's the cannon that blows off and then the BB rolls out the end of the barrel. And I think that's what many have expressed they have felt during our process here. I would count myself among them. In short, we will have to come back and fix other things in the next legislative session. And the nature of our problems are far broader and deeper, and they have been for a very, very long time, much broader and deeper than property tax alone. My contention has been with my own people in District 48 that we really don't have just a property tax problem. We have a tax policy problem. In fact, our tax policy in Nebraska needs a mercy killing. We really need to start over with all of it. And I think fundamentally one of the mistakes that we've made is when we try to silo one kind of taxes, one kind of tax, and reach into a grab bag of sales taxes to offset that. And that's kind of where we started with this process. The challenge is that it can be accused of being regressive because there's a sales tax involved, and then everyone who ends up on the naughty and nice list for are you going to be taxed or not gets very angry. And so we've been dealing with different groups that are upset about being on that naughty and nice list, and what we've ended up with is this very anemic solution. I think what it does require is greater courage than what we've exercised so far. In the next legislature, we're going to have to find a measure of courage that so far, in more than 5 decades, we've not been able to muster. That won't just be difficult. It will be unprecedented. Each time we don't deal with the tax policy issues of Nebraska a red state, frankly, that ends up on very deep blue lists in think tanks as they look at the entire package of taxes that we have. They wonder, what are we doing in those lists, in the top 10 lists of states with horrible tax problems? Nebraska is listed right alongside the Californias and Illinois and New Jersey and other places in the Northeast and the Northwest. It's a Sesame Street lesson of one of these things is not like the other, one of these things does not belong, and yet we constantly and consistently find ourselves as a small population state in the middle of the country being compared to coastal states that have far more progressive policy and far more people. We need to change the fundamentals of how we do income tax, corporate tax, the death tax, and of course, property taxes. And until we find that courage, we're going to continue doing the same thing that others before us have done, and frankly, what we've done here in the last few days. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hardin. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. What is it that the governor always says? What's great about Nebraska? It's the people. The people of Nebraska are great. And that's why we're here today, is for the people. And our property taxes are high, extremely high. And it does hurt the farmers and the ranchers, and it does hurt the homeowners. What we need is 1 million more taxpayers in Nebraska to help us pay that bill. But then will they be the people that we like? Do we want more people here? Do we want more people that maybe don't agree with us politically to come in and occupy our towns, whether it's conservatives coming into Omaha and Lincoln, or the more social moving out in the 3rd district? Maybe we won't like the 1 million people that are coming into town. But they would help us pay our property taxes. That's all we need, is 1 million more people. Our taxes are high because we don't have a lot of population in Nebraska. It's that simple. We like our amenities that our counties and our cities provide us, that our state provides us, and for that we have to pay. We want our students educated well, and that discussion was here on the floor this special session on how we wanted to pay for our students, whether it be through the property taxes or it be through other taxes. But when we put it through the other taxes, well, those taxes have got to be raised. And so it's been said, you put it from one pocket, take it out of one pocket, and you put it in the other pocket. And do we really gain anything? Well, the farmer and rancher might gain something because it's now put on the backs of the city dwellers. With that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Slama, you have 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lowe. I always appreciate following Senator Lowe, even if I'm disagreeing with him on other areas, like being able to talk immediately after him. My blood pressure goes down about 10 points. I think the collective blood pressure of the entire body goes down about 10 points, and I think that's really great. When he's no longer here, I'm grateful that I will no longer be here either, just for my own health. So thank you for that, Senator Lowe. And I am grateful to be on the same side of this bill with you in this issue. You have been a steadfast supporter of blocking increased taxes. You're one of the very few people on this floor who has been a steadfast, unapologetic blocker of any tax increases whatsoever, and you do it without excuses. You do it consistently. And that is who you are. That is what you believe in as a fiscal conservative. So I genuinely appreciate being able to work with somebody who is so well rooted in their beliefs as you. I wish some of the conservatives were as well rooted in their moral compasses about tax policy as you are. I have nothing more helpful than that to add. And out of respect to the—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the collective blood pressure dropping that Senator Lowe offered us, I won't add anything to make anybody yell at anyone in the last 5 minutes before cloture. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Where's the? Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend with FA 164.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. My opening is 10-minute. Cloture is 2:15. This amendment will be on the board. So understand rules, understand procedures. When there's only one amendment on the board, you can go too deep. So you can always bring another amendment to the amendment. What this does is change the zero cap to 2.5, and then it replaces consumer index with slice. I talked to the mayor of Omaha. She said she could live with the 2.5. And looking at the governor's press release, governor said he would veto a 3. So I'm right under it. I'm right under it. We're going to make a bill better by not capping counties and cities and putting a 2.5 cap on them or slice. So we're going to take a vote on that. I make no secret, I do not like this bill. I think we're not doing enough with 3% new. I think we can do more. I think he may have called it, but we can surely end it when we want to. I would like to withdraw this amendment, so I still got 4 minutes. We'll go to the next one because we made a correction.
So ordered.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend with FA 165.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open.
Thank you. So this is the correct language. When you're writing stuff on a pad, sometimes the bill draft and the people up front got to correct it. So this is 2.5. This gives counties and cities air to breathe. It still keeps it under the 3% veto of the governor. And so I'm doing my part to still try to make a bill better that I don't like. Now, I know some people want hard caps, and I know some people don't want any caps. So here goes somewhat of a compromise. If we're going to pass a bill, and I'm going to have some amendments on final reading too. One of them is going to be the money that we just swept, we should get rid of electricity tax. So we're going to take a vote on that. We got to do better. So if the governor would have said anything but 0, I probably wouldn't have thought of this. But when you send out press releases while I'm on the floor, it gives me crazy ideas. So I won't be here, so maybe not send press releases out while we're in session because it makes me think of what we can do. So this is very simple. You can read the amendment. It's just like the amendment Senator Reapy had, but he was at 3, mine is at 2.5. I would hope everybody would vote green on this because we're still, according to people, front loading and giving property tax relief, and we're not letting them do what they want anymore. We're putting 2.5 on it. I think this is a reasonable compromise. Nobody talked to me about it. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I just was running around for the last 5 seconds to make sure I wrote it correctly. And I didn't do that. So Brandon had me pull that one and pull this one in. This one is written correctly. So instead of a 0 cap, we are going to have a cap of 2.5. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little confused. Will Senator Von Gillerin yield to a question?
Senator Von Gillerin, would you yield?
I will. I think that the announcement this morning was from the governor's office was that he would veto any bill that weakened the cap that was in LB 34. Is that your understanding also?
I don't have the announcement in front of me, but that was my impression. But I also know that Senator Wayne probably read it very carefully.
But I believe in LB 34, it is 0%, is it not?
LB 34 says that the spending cap will move at the rate of inflation, which is a very important clarifier. It will move at the rate of inflation. And then it goes on to say that there is a floor if inflation is actually deflation. Let's say we have minus 2% inflation, which is obviously 2% deflation. There is a floor of 0%. So cities, counties, taxing authorities would not have to cut their budgets if we were in a deflationary economy.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Will Senator Wayne yield to a question then?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
So Senator Wayne, where did the 3% come from? Because it's my understanding that we're looking at a floor of 0.
So the floor is 0 under the current bill. Senator Reapy had an amendment to move the floor to 3. I'm moving it 2.5. And it's real simple. Sometimes these national indexes don't adjust to what's happening here locally. So I want to give flexibility to make sure this just isn't a national index when, if you look during COVID, Nebraska did extremely well versus the rest of the country. So we need to allow our local governments to have flexibility.
So what led you to the conclusion that the governor would not veto something below 3%?
So this is the difference between me and most people. I'm cut from a different cloth. I don't know if you are, but whether the governor vetoes it or not doesn't make my decision. I try to make good policy.
Thank you, Senator. Well, let me just finish up my time. I think I'm going to be the last one here before we go to cloture. And I think it's worth a quick review of how we got here and where we are and potentially where we're going. How did we get here? I mean, this is the big question. How did we get to be in the top 10 states in the nation for property tax? And it really comes down to two things: valuations and housing, and then the levy that goes along with that. We saw tremendous valuations in our housing. Why? Because builders didn't keep up with demand, and your neighbor down the road sold his house for probably more than it was worth, and that just drives up the prices for all the houses in the neighborhood. That's how your valuation went up. It's been that way for quite a while. And then the levies from your political entities did not lower the levy sufficiently to stay within a reasonable amount. And so overall, your property taxes just climbed and climbed and climbed to the point of, as Senator Merman pointed out, we are very much out of balance between property tax, income tax, and sales tax. And on top of that, the unicameral in the last couple of years has been pulling down the income tax to be competitive with other states. Sales tax has pretty much been the same. The property tax is out of whack. So how do we fix that? So the governor's approach was, number one, control spending. We need to go back to the political entities and tell them they need to lower their levies on those properties.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that is the first part, and that's what's left in LB 34 is to kind of cap the growth of those levies against property tax. The other piece was to try and balance out things between sales tax and property tax. And we tried to do that in 388 by just raising sales tax, and that didn't work. And the other part was look at, what the tax exemptions are out there that make sense. And that was LB1, and people worked hard on that. I was ready to vote for that, but unfortunately that didn't get very far. Then we came to LB9, which is a little softer on the impact to school levies. I was ready to vote for that, and that failed. And so that's kind of where we are now, with essentially a 3% tax. So I think going forward, we need to look again at sales exemptions, pick out the ones that make sense, and bring that forward in January. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Brewer would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Brewer, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House, roll call vote, regular order.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 3 nays to place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Day, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Roll call vote was requested. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, not voting. Senator Halloran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 41 ayes, 7 nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is the question of the adoption of FA 165. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Request for roll call reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Decay. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Not voting, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Vote is 18 ayes, 27 nays, Mr. President, on the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 109. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, 11 nays on adoption of AM 109, Mr. President.
AM 109 is adopted. Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that to advance LB 34 to E&R for engrossing.
Been a request for a record vote. Mr. Clerk. Machine. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, 8 nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 34 advances to E&R engrossing. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 34A. First of all, I have no E&R amendments, Senator. Senator Brewer, I have FA 113 and 114, both with notes that you wish to withdraw.
So ordered.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator. Senator Ballard for motion.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 34A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion. Senator Kavanaugh, please state. Senator Kavanaugh, it's a debatable motion. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Senator Brewer a question, but the queue had not been cleared, and so we were moving forward, assuming everybody was going to be out of the queue. Would Senator Brewer yield to a question?
Senator Brewer, would you yield?
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. So you withdrew your amendments, and I just wanted to know how much is the A bill?
Hang on a second here. I've got it here. Okay, so you're talking about LB 34A, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the first part is 156,000, and that's the part that goes to the Department of Revenue to pay for the costs associated with the LB 34. And the second part of that moves 750 million from the school district property tax credit fund, cash fund, for the current fiscal year, and then 780 million for the second year of the biennium next year.
Okay, and then the amendment that was just added to LB 34, LB AM 109, is there a fiscal cost associated with that? I can ask somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say,
you're in the queue.
Senator
to talk?
Linan.
Okay, would Senator Linehan yield to a question?
Senator Linehan, would you yield to a question?
You have to say yes. No, you don't have to. Could you basically AM 109, what is the fiscal impact of that?
I don't know. The fiscal office brought me a correction. I don't think taking out the TIF language has any fiscal impact, and I don't think the election could have fiscal impact for the people that have a special election, because the way it is, if you're in a county that doesn't have an off-year election, then, and you want a special election, then that falls on the people that want to have the special election.
Okay.
So if you just have a, okay.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So if there turns out to be a fiscal impact, we will have to pull this back from final to select to make that amendment. But you don't anticipate that happening?
I don't anticipate that if it's anything, it would be very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Linehan, out of the. See no one else in the queue. The question is the advancement of LB 34A to ENR engrossing. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next item, general file LR2CA. Introduced by Senator Brandt. First of all, Mr. President, I have a motion from Senator Brandt to indefinitely postpone the bill pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F.
Senator Brandt, you're recognized to open on the bill, the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't had a chance to talk to all of you about this yet, and hopefully we can have some good discussion on this and we'll be able to answer any questions that you have. But today I'm introducing LR2CA, a legislative proposal designed to provide targeted property tax relief specifically for owner-occupied properties. This idea came to me after hearing numerous stories from constituents and actually other senators about them struggling to keep up with rising property taxes and thinking of an alternative way that we could alleviate this. Today, all real property in Nebraska is assessed at or near 100% of its actual value, with the exception of agricultural and horticultural land, which is assessed at approximately 75% of its actual value. Ag and Hort land received a special valuation under Nebraska Statute 77-1344 and is assessed at 75% of its special value, reflecting its uninfluenced value for ag and Hort purposes. This differentiation was established by our predecessors in recognition of the vital role that the agricultural industry plays in our state. LR2CA aims to acknowledge another crucial group within our state, homeowners. Home ownership is a cornerstone of the American dream and is essential that this dream does not turn into a nightmare due to escalating property taxes. Homeowners contribute significantly to our economy beyond just property taxes, yet they are increasingly burdened by these taxes. The proposed LR2CA would empower future legislators to adjust assessments for owner-occupied housing to better reflect the prevailing economic conditions in Nebraska. I purposely left off a companion piece to this LR as I believe we need time to work through it to determine exactly how we want this to work, if it's approved by the people. What that will look like, I do not know. The flexibility is crucial as property valuations are likely to fluctuate in the coming years. Currently, we are forced to treat all residential property uniformly, whether it is owned by a long-term Nebraskan or multinational corporations, which we've seen a significant increase in out-of-state investors buying residential properties in Nebraska. Enacting this law will help homeowners that call Nebraska home. I appreciate Senator Linan and the Revenue Committee for taking a look at this legislation and voting it out unanimously. Also, thanks to Senator Wayne for his championing of this in the last few days. Thank you again, colleagues, and I ask for your green vote on LR2CA.
Thank you, Senator Brandt, and you're recognized to open on your motion as well.
This is the one to indefinitely postpone, and it's simply a protection amendment. We are handing out a map done the other day by the Legislative Research Office, and it will show in your counties what % you have of owner-occupied housing. And it's pretty simple math. If it's not owner-occupied, it's probably a rental. So take a look at that when it gets to you. And with that, I would entertain any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Returning to the queue, Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, again, I rise in support of the IPP motion and opposed to LR2CA. For the same reasons I mentioned before. If this had happened, we'd be looking at putting it on the ballot 30 days before early voting would start. That's insane. Oh, no. We have not, this bill was in committee, did not come out of committee. The exec board pushed back on all of the other LRCAs, and yet here we are debating LR2. This will have a bad impact on business across the state, rural and urban, because if we're going to start pulling down valuations for 1 to 4 family, it's going to shift somewhere else. It's also going to have an impact on TIOSA. Do we know those numbers? No. We have no idea what those numbers would be. Now, I realize this is putting out for a vote of the people to come back for the legislature to deal with. But I think the legislature should review this and come out with a proposal. And then if we want to put it on the ballot, fine. But I don't think we just throw something out there and tell the voters, you figure it out. And oh, by the way, you got 30 days from the time this hits the press until they actually have to vote in early voting. This is not the way to do things. That's not why we came here. We didn't come here to do this. We came here to pass what now is LB 34. Let's move on, do what we aim to do, which is pass LB 34, LB 2, LB 3. And let's take what we've learned from this special session and come back with the bills we need to build on what we did with a baseline this session and a special session in the 108th legislature. So I'd urge my colleagues to vote yes on the IPP motion, no on LR2. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Linan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am sorry because this probably falls on me because it's a lot going on, lack of communication. Actually, LR2CA, the bill on the board, came out of committee 8-0. Unless I'm getting nods from the committee. It came out of committee 8-0. It's the only thing that came out of committee to the floor this special session that came out 8-0. It is, we had a hearing, and I had this once this morning, the staff's over there, and I've lost all my papers because I'm unorganized. I believe there were only 2 people at the hearing. Sen Brandt introduced it. We had a letter for the record from the realtors that they supported it. It had no opponents. John Cannon made his regular appearance in front of the committee to explain, well, if you do this and that, this or that, and we're neutral because we don't know enough, which is perfect position for NACO to take. But again, there were no opponents to this bill in committee and 1 proponent. So I don't think we can stand up and say that this was going, if it was bad, why didn't nobody show up being against it? The reality is, in most states, you don't have just one rule about valuations and properties. Colorado, as Senator Wayne handed out earlier this week, has residential much lower than non-residential. It has agriculture lower, oil and gas production at the highest. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ways that you can value property. We have, for 8 years, tried to fix property tax. What we always run into is you can't do anything for residential homeowners because they're in the same class with everybody else. If we can move them into a different class, we could do a lot for residential homeowners. So, excuse me, please take a very serious look at this because this could move the ball far down the court. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a little awkward, I stand in soft opposition to LR2CA. I was one of the 8-0 votes as it came out of committee, and I stand in as a proponent of what LR2CA, what I believe it might do, but I'm also concerned about some of the question marks about what it could do. It's clearly brought with intent to reduce property taxes for homeowners, something that if you've been listening for the past 2 weeks I'm pretty passionate about. Made it very clear that I'm a fan of doing that, but I am concerned about if you push on a balloon in one spot, where does that pop out on the other side? And we don't know the answer to that. And if we were in a regular session, we would have a little bit more time to consider that. We would be able to look at fiscal notes. We could talk about a lot of different things to maybe answer those questions. So in the hectic nature of the special session, we went to exec and it did come out 8-0. It did have my vote, and I'm not regretting that because it's allowed me time. It's allowed it to come to the floor, and it's allowed us all to have a very productive discussion about what the potential of LR2CA might be, which again is what we're here for. We're here to learn from one another and to learn what the different impacts. I brought more than one idea that had unintended consequences, and we learn as we go along. So again, we don't know today what the cost of the impact of LR2CA. We don't know who will pay more and how much that will be. Whatever parties might be negatively impacted if we were in a regular session, they would have an opportunity to speak out in a more vocal and transparent manner, which I think would be important. But again, we don't know if ag is gonna suffer from this. We don't know if the commercial real estate industry is going to suffer from this. And if commercial suffers, small businesses across Nebraska are also going to suffer. So I just think we need to take a little bit more cautious approach to this concept and moving it forward. And I'd be happy to work with Senator Brandt. We have a lot of interactive conversations sitting so closely together here, and he's pushed back. He's taught me more than I thought I could learn about the ag industry and some of the challenges that are unique to ag. And I look forward to lots of interaction with him over this next year or two. And I look forward to working with him to see if we can develop something that looks very much like LR2CA to bring to the people of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Brandt would ask to withdraw the MO 181.
Continuing in the queue, Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Nebraskans. And first of all, I want to thank Senator Brandt. This is, I think, one of the really great ideas that came out of this special session. I want to first say that I do support the motion to indefinitely postpone it because it's a great idea, but it certainly needs to be fleshed out a lot more. You know, we agree that we want to help the owner-occupied homes, and Senator Brandt and I had a discussion offline. He told me in Lancaster County, 59% of the homes are owner-occupied, and I said, okay, tell me the modeling that you've done. Let's see the financial impact. If we change those 59% of all the homes that are owner-occupied, and then we put a percentage of what they should be taxed, be it at 90% instead of 100%, if it goes down to 90%, what does that look like? How is that going to shake out in terms of impacting the city and what it will ultimately impact to the counties as well? So I stand in support of a great idea that really needs to be developed more. You know, I am a business owner, business person, have been all my entire life, even as a little kid. But the thing that we need to really study and further look into is the impact it will have on commercial properties, industrial properties, and of course, ag properties, because we're creating now another imbalance. And is one of those entities going to continue to further bear the brunt of property taxes? So I would love to see this be developed further. I would love to work with Senator Brandt on it. I would love to have a better understanding of the modeling on how it will impact counties, because I think Senator Brandt had some good data that shows right off the bat that 59% of the homes in Lancaster County are owner occupied. But if we reduce it from 100% to 90% or 72%, whatever is determined, that will also impact the cities on how they can function. It'll impact our schools on how they can function with some of the other changes that are being proposed. So this is one of the great ideas. What really makes me sad about this special session is that there are 65 ideas and proposals in the Revenue Committee that should have been discussed. You know, when we came into this special session, we knew that there was opposition, and I think as much as I appreciate Speaker Arch's efforts, I think the rules of the game are that, you know, if you stick to your game plan and then you're in possession of the ball and you fumble the ball goes to the other team. So, you know, that team had their chance to make their case, state their case, you know, get, you know, at least a few first downs or, you know, get closer to the touchdown, but they didn't do it. And so at that point in time, we should have turned it over to some of the great ideas. Could we have passed some other ideas out of the special session? Maybe. One of the better methodology of helping owner-occupied homes is the homestead exemption. I know that I had offered a piece of legislation. It wasn't perfect, I will admit it, but the point is it recognized those owners who have been in their house 25 or more years would get a percentage offset. Those that have been in 20 or more years would get an offset. Those who've been in their house 15 or more years. That was sort of modeled after something that was done in in Arizona, where we can see that. In other communities, if you're a senior, you can defer payment of your real estate taxes to your estate, so that at the time of your death, the estate would pay the outstanding real estate taxes. So I think it's a great idea. I'd like to see it develop further, and I would be willing to help in the next session to see
1 minute.
the actual fiscal impact it would have on cities and public schools and of course, the counties when it comes to property taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Wayne, you ready? Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. I just visited with Senator Brandt about his constitutional amendment. I had some questions for Senator Brandt. And then I spoke with Senator Wayne and asked him some similar questions, and he had an interesting approach or understanding of this. So I was wondering if Senator Wayne would yield to a question.
Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, Senator Wayne, thank you. So help me understand this. If we pass this bill and an owner-occupied residence gets a decrease in their property tax, it'll be a credit on their income tax. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, I mean, if the legislature adopts that program, the fear of somehow commercial being taxed more is a misnomer. They're already taxed at 95% of their valuation. Both residential and commercial underneath the Uniform Proportionate Clause are taxed the same. So it's at 95%. That is set in statute, 95%. Real market value, you got a variation of 5%. So if you separate this out, you could lower the owner occupied. I don't know in what world this body would increase the 5%. Just doesn't make sense to me. So what I envision is you lower the owner occupied and you pay the delta out of our state funds, and that's instant property tax relief.
All right, so let me see if I'm understanding you. So your impression is that the difference or the credit that's going to be given to the owner-occupied property will come out of the state revenue, whether it's out of the money that we have in LB 2 or 3, or whatever the revenue, wherever the revenue comes from at the legislature's decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so therefore, let me see if this is true then. So therefore, grandma and those people living in their homes that are on a fixed income, that are having difficult paying their property tax, this will have an opportunity to help them stay in their homes. Is that true?
Yes.
So is it also true, because the executive board made that real intelligent decision to kill all of the constitutional amendments to allow something to be put on the ballot, that we'll need 40 votes in here today to put this on the ballot?
That's not true.
Okay, can you explain that?
Well, just because a bill is IPP'd in a committee does not mean the bill is dead. Underneath our special rules, if you read, the floor at any time can revive any bill with 25 votes. So that's in our special rules for special session. If a bill is IPP'd, you can revive it just as an amendment to any other one. So you just bring a bill out, got the amendment, put a new amendment on, and it's on. So, but to your point, if we want to put it on the ballot right now, 40 votes and it goes on without any other, no question. 40 votes is the threshold.
So then also, if we were to pull one of those constitutional amendments, because I think Senator Brandt had one, to allow this to be placed on the ballot, and that bill then passed, then we would be able to change the statute to allow this to go on the ballot with 30. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, you've been very helpful. I thank you for that information. I'm going to be voting for LR2CA. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Wayne. Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too serve on the committee that kicked this out, 8-0. And with the turn of events after we got out of exec session on that particular bill, knowing that the executive board said no, and knowing the short cycle here of getting it on the ballot and even getting people to understand what we're doing, I like the bill. Do we wait until next year and you have to wait another 2 years? I'm not so sure that that's such a good idea. So I'm going to continue to listen, and then I'll kind of decide what I'm going to do. But I do appreciate Senator Brandt bringing the bill. I think it makes sense because if this is all we could get done for the people of Nebraska, they need at least that valuation to get lowered. Otherwise, they're going to continue to pay more every year. So I'm thinking still. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Meyer, you're recognized.
Thank you,
to
Mr.
speak.
Lieutenant Governor. I was the one on the Revenue Committee that made the motion to bring this out. This was also an idea we talked about in the regular session, that the more I thought about it, the more merit it had. I guess I like this approach because it matches other states. And I also like it somewhat better than the homestead exemption. It's not that I dislike homestead exemption, it's just I don't think there's near enough accountability statewide in the rules and the way that's administered by the county assessors. And if I were here another year, I would certainly encourage looking at putting some teeth in the enforcement of the homestead exemption. I know that there's legal gyrations that folks take that have assets that far exceed what a normal person would have and not be able to pay their real estate taxes. So I'm 100% in favor of it for people who really, really need it. I think this differentiation for owner occupied is a great idea. And I had been voting, whether support or not, I probably will after hearing all the discussion. I also think that the commercial real estate folks won't be hurt by it. I think, and I've heard this from some large businesses in outstate Nebraska when they tell me what the real estate taxes are on massive businesses, and the real estate taxes and their valuations are not much more than a couple of farms. I really have to scratch my head. And I think the real estate assessors statewide, when they get to some of those, say a meat packing plant or a pork packing plant or a large ethanol plant or something, a large plant that's maybe even a few years old, they really have a hard time putting a value on that installation for tax purposes. And I also think that's some work that probably needs to be done by future legislatures. So I thank you for the time. I'm probably going to support it, Senator Brandt. I think it's a good idea. I think that differentiation is important. I think it's another tool in Governor Pillen's toolbox, who is he's been a game changer. I know he takes a beating in the special session, but even though he appointed me, I'm here to tell you he wants fairness in our real estate taxes, and he is the first governor who has been serious about that. I've watched for 20 years the push down from state government down to local subdivisions, and I talked with Senator Rabel. She saw it at the county level. I've seen it with school districts for years and years. In 2010, when I got off the State Board of Education, there was 12 schools that were unequalized. By 2024, there were 188. And you know where that money came from? Right out of the pockets of real estate paying folks. So to say that you're against a real estate shift in taxes, folks in this legislature and previous legislatures, you've been presiding over a shift. And I'm here to tell you that. So to say you're not in favor of a shift, you've been part of it. So with that, thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Meyer. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to IPP and in support of LR2CA. I also am on the Revenue Committee. Senator Brandt brought a unique bill. I was really pleased with everything we heard in revenue. We had a lot of different bills brought to us. This one's kind of stood out. This actually gives us a lever that we can execute at a further time. I was speaking to one of the largest home builders in the nation, D.R. Horton, today, the Omaha office. Their big concern is that property values are hindering growth. He was saying that for every time our prices go up $10,000 in Omaha for new homes, there are 2,000 less families eligible to buy that new home in the buyer pool here in Omaha. The new housing affordability index in Omaha is one of the worst in the Midwest, constantly ranked in the 70s. The median income family, and this is his data, is short 30% of the income needed to qualify for just the median price new home here in Omaha. So to his point, if we can lower our property taxes, we give so many more families the ability to purchase. We give home builders the ability to build more supply. Right now, we're at, I think, 2,000 homes for sale in the state. That's about 3,000 less than we should be. We're at a 2-month supply. A 6-month supply is considered balanced. According to him, low supply of new homes being built puts pressure on the home market, coupled with 80% of homeowners have an interest rate under 5%. The supply of homes to buy is sitting under a 2-month supply, which is why everything is going up. So if we can lower our property taxes, if we can put some more levers in place so that people can get these houses built, we're going to start to ease that strain. LR2CA provides us with just one of those levers. And I want to stress to people, and I've had a lot of phone calls from people concerned that this is, as Senator Wayne was saying, going to all of a sudden increase commercial. This just gives us the option in the next legislative session to sit down and start talking about how do we change things by saying that residential and owner-occupied residential is its own separate category. It gives us the ability to treat it differently. It doesn't say we have to. It doesn't say if we lower that, we automatically have to raise something else. I think if we lower it, we need to look at other sources of revenue to make up that difference, or heaven forbid, we cut more spending. So I very much appreciate Senator Brandt bringing this to us. I appreciate his persistence in following through with this, and I support LR2CA. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I stand against the IPP motion and Senator Kauth, and in favor of the underlying legislative resolution. I just find it really puzzling, yet again, when I stand and I listen to some of the folks that stand on the mic that are against this. It's funny that you want the people to vote for something that you're in favor of, but when it's something that you're not in favor of, they don't have enough time to learn what this is about. They don't have enough information. Well, that's up to the voters of Nebraska, not up to you. And I can't tell you how many times in the last 8 years I've heard that silly sentence over and over again. You know, again, we were talking in the special session about how unfortunate it was that people didn't claim their tax credits. And when I had a bill that made sure that everybody automatically got their tax credits, nobody wanted it because Nebraskans are too smart and they don't need to be told they're stupid. And Senator Blood, if you pass that bill, you're basically saying that people in Nebraska are too stupid to claim their tax credits. Now it's, they've got to claim their tax credits and we got to do everything we can to get it to them. Like, just pick a side. You do know that people listen to us in Nebraska. So when you stand on a mic and out of one side of your mouth, you're saying, this is too small a window of time. The voters just don't understand it. They're not going to get it. And then when you have something up, you're like, oh, we've got to hurry and get this done because property tax relief is so important. Pick a side. Some of us are listening to what you're saying when you stand at the mic, when you're opposed or when you're in favor, but mostly it's when you're opposed that you say the ridiculous things. We came here to get stuff done. I had an LR that was the first thing kicked out in this session, came out 8-0, but nobody helped me champion it, so it never got on the agenda. So Senator Brandt is very fortunate, and I know Senator Wayne helped that, so that was great. Meanwhile, all of these really great bills that the speaker said we can make the decision of staying even longer to address, which I know nobody has appetite for that, are going to go away. And Nebraskans are going to miss out on true property tax relief. And I have to correct Senator Meyer. He may not be aware that we are the legislative body. The governor doesn't have any more tools in his toolbox. This is your toolbox. The governor doesn't make policy, you make policy. If we provide tools in the toolbox, it's more for economic development, for our Department of Economic Development. It's more for our local municipalities, who we just totally screwed over, by the way, who are going to be struggling because you all thought you knew better. By the way, I was always taught to clean our own house first. You're deciding for local government what's important, you believe, for them to function when it comes to taxes. You don't want to stop unfunded mandates, ever. We have issues with DHHS, with the Department of Transportation, with NDEE. Pretty much every department right now is struggling with something. Why are you so worried about everybody else's house when you can't clean your own? I've just been so disappointed with the special session. I love that we're going to get something done. Thank you, Senator Brandt. Thank you, Senator Wayne. But I just want to make sure we get on record
1 minute.
that we are pushing things on our political subdivisions that are going to cause a crisis, and you're the one that is causing it, just like the unfunded mandates that you passed down. Senator McDonald picked out the most minute thing, but let's be honest, 15% of Sarpy County's budget is unfunded mandates. And you may find one or two little things on that list that seem minor, and I can agree with that. But how about you stand and talk about the big things, the things that are really making our political subdivision struggle? And maybe we need to change from being a Dillon's Rule state so we don't have their hands tied. But I don't think we'll ever work on that, Senator McDonald. Instead, we can just keep picking on them and keep dumping stuff on them and ignore the issue of why our property taxes are really high and the one thing that we know that we can stop. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably could have boiled down my last comments just by simply saying, if somebody pays less, somebody is going to pay more. And with LR2CA, again, I like the idea. I think we should move forward with researching the idea. But until we know who's going to pay more, I don't know that we should get too excited about who's going to pay less. You don't know if you're going to be part of the more or the less, depending on what you do, depending on where you live, depending on the type of business that you're in. And again, this will certainly, at least if it goes the direction I think it'll go, probably negatively impact small businesses. So let's not run with scissors. We've heard 100 times over the past couple of weeks that we need to take more time to study, and we heard that ad nauseum. But what we ended up with in the tax bill that we just advanced were three things that we understood very well. It included spending caps, spending cuts, and expanding an existing tax credit. Those are things that we know a lot about. We don't necessarily know a lot about the impact of what LR2CA would do. And until we do, I'm cautiously withholding my support from that. So again, I'm not opposed to the idea of providing targeted property tax relief for owner-occupied properties in Nebraska. I'll be happy to work with Senator Brandt and others to bring a well-thought-out and just a fully informed bill to the floor this next January. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
So if somebody doesn't pay, somebody else has to pay. Well, that's every tax that we cut in here. Oh, Lord, let me just, I should probably just do the truffle shuffle from Goonies and make everybody laugh at this point, because what people talk about and say sometimes is just the opposite of what they said 5 minutes before. It's amazing. Look, this bill, this is a constitutional amendment. It's not a bill. It goes to the vote of the people. For the lobby who's all worried about what this does to valuations and OPS and whoever else, it does nothing. It allows the legislature to have another tool in a toolbox that they get to decide if they want to use it. It doesn't do anything. It creates another category. And if you look at every state, they pretty much already have categories in their constitution, whether it's commercial, residential, non-residential, owner-occupied, agriculture. Some of them even have green energy in their constitution to be taxed differently. And that doesn't mean they all are taxed differently. They just allow the legislatures to do it. And in fact, in most states, they don't tax them differently except for owner-occupied and everything else. My point is, nothing happens. It allows the legislature to have more tools. There's no change in valuations. It doesn't affect TIOSA. It doesn't change ag values. It doesn't do any of that. It allows the legislature next year to have another tool in their toolbox. And I think the goal is to allow to have as many tools in the toolbox for the legislature to decide. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I really don't have more to add than what Senator Wayne just said, but it's really important to understand this doesn't do anything. It doesn't change ag, which is now valued at 75%. But 75% value of ag is not in our Constitution. What's in our Constitution is that we can value ag differently. So next year, the legislature could take that up or down because it can be done differently. There's no guarantee that it stays at 75%. Legislature that was not, ag didn't have as big a voice, that could go up. The only other option we have is commercial and residential. As Senator Wayne just said, most states, that's not the way it works. They have several. We'll use Colorado, for example. I know Senator Wayne brought this. So I know if you're owner occupied in Colorado, own your home, your property taxes are about 25% of what an owner occupied home in Nebraska is. Think of that. Owner occupied home in Colorado pays about 25% of what an owner occupied home in Nebraska. In Florida, owner-occupied homes are treated different than people who have a vacation home there or who have commercial property there. We are like way behind in how people do this across the nation. And you don't have to do anything next year. If this would pass on the ballot, you don't have to value anything any differently. It just gives you an option. So voting against this, the legislature is tying their hands for tools in the toolbox. I don't know why you'd want to do that. We had examples this year where LB 9 was a bill we brought to the floor, and there was frustration, which I understood, that we took out the difference in residential and commercial versus ag. They wanted ag to go down to 45%. They wanted commercial and residential to go down to 80%. Well, the problem with that is taking commercial and residential down to 80% is over $200 million, while taking ag down from 75% to 45% was $66 million. So that doesn't seem to make sense to anybody. Like all of a sudden, I'll just put it the way it is. Urban gets 200 million and ag gets 66 million. That's where we are now. If you would do this, those numbers would change. You could look at them. As Senator Wayne said, this doesn't do that. All this does is give the legislature an opportunity to look at different options. And I would think you would want those tools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to speak briefly to the underlying bill, LR2. As Senator Linehan indicated, this was the one thing that came out of our committee 8-0 this year, and so I wanted to speak briefly as to my vote out of committee. I want to echo the sentiments that both Senator Wayne and Senator Linehan made and agree with them wholeheartedly. My support in the committee for LR2 is it provides the legislature in the future the opportunity to do something about property taxes for owner-occupied residences. As we've all said, we're serious about property tax. We're serious about coming back and trying to figure out a way to make that work. Now, all this does is give us the chance to have that conversation in the future if the voters approve it. When we get to that point, I will always do everything I can to ensure that schools are fully funded and that we're not putting people in a bad position with lost revenue, and that we always do something for renters in addition to what we do for owner-occupied. Those are things that I will always fight for. But we need to have all the different tools in the toolbox in order to have the conversation fully. There have been bills brought year after year after year that seek to accomplish what this would allow them to do with regards to a different valuation of owner-occupied, but it always has to sort of try to circumvent the provision in our Constitution that prohibits the difference in the valuation. So all this would do, as Senator Wayne and Senator Linehan both, I think, very articulately stated, is give us the chance to come up with a plan sometime in the future to achieve that goal. We're going to disagree about certain things. When we get to that point, the Revenue Committee can work very hard in trying to come up with a plan that is equitable and that actually does address low income and renters as well as owner occupied, and make sure that our friends in the ag world and the business world are also treated fairly. We can have that conversation, but the time to have that fight is later if we get to a point where this is adopted by the voters of Nebraska. So I do rise in support of LR2CA. I would encourage my colleagues to think hard about it. I understand it causes a lot of hesitance moving forward, but it does put us in a position to do everything we could do to make sure that the people in my district who own a $200,000 home are going to be able to afford their property taxes. So with that, I would yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak, and this is your final time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had an additional comment that I actually forgot to make in my last time on the mic. I wasn't planning on speaking 3 times. I'm not intending to filibuster, but I did want to make another comment. So Senator Brandt had used the example numerous times of if there was a duplex where one side was an owner and one side was a renter. And if LR2CA advances, which again will be up to the voters, one thing is certain to happen. That is that the owner is going to get a benefit on one side, but the renter is not going to get that same benefit. And I think it's interesting because the conversations that we've heard here over the last 2 weeks, there have been many that have been critical of wealthy landowners getting benefits from property tax relief, but yet renters not getting any benefit. So I believe if we're not careful, and again, I'm not standing with adamant opposition to LR2CA, but I just don't think we know about what the outcomes are going to be of this. But I certainly believe that it'll be a disproportionate burden on renters versus landlords, as we know that landlords pass their property tax burden on to their renters. So Senator Dungan just mentioned renter assistance. I've had a good conversation a little bit earlier with Senator DeBoer about a potential renter credit conversation to have next year, and I'd be happy to be a part of those conversations also. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Brandt, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Immediately after the IPP is a small amendment to change the heading on the bill as required by bill drafting. I would encourage everyone to vote red on the IPP. And with that, I guess we'll call the House.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Members, there's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House be under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
24 ayes, 2 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. All members who are outside of the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. Any unauthorized personnel on the floor, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Wayne and Senator Bostar, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the motion to indefinitely postpone. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
10 ayes, 34 nays to indefinitely postpone the bill, Mr. President.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Brandt, I have FA 162 with a note that you'd withdraw. So
ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Brandt would offer AM 131.
Senator Brandt, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply a one-line insert into the existing bill. The start of the existing bill says at the general election in November of 2024, the following proposed amendment to the Constitution will be submitted to the electors, and we're going to change that, and it will say a special election to be held in conjunction with the state. And the reason for that is in our rules. It says that on final reading, if this were to get 40 votes, it could go to a special election. And the legislature could say that the special election is in conjunction with the November election and the regular election. The only difference would be is the ballot for the constitutional amendment would say special election on it, and it would be handed out at exactly the same time as the other ballots are. And that's the need for this language. So that's all I've got. I encourage you to vote for AM 131 and the overlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I appreciate Senator Brandt's explanation of both the underlying constitutional amendment proposal and the amendment that he brought forward in regards to the timeline or electoral process for potential consideration of this measure by the electorate. But one thing that, well, maybe perhaps two primary themes that I'm thinking of in relation to this measure is, first, anytime you go about amending the Constitution, whether that's through legislative action or citizen initiative, it's serious business, and we need to make sure that we get it right, both in terms of form and substance. And that should apply equally to any person, entity, campaign, what have you, on any measure that seeks to amend the Constitution. We need to be technically adept, and we need to be razor sharp in our understanding of what we're trying to do when we engage in the endeavor of amending the state constitution, which is serious business. And I know Senator Brandt and others take very seriously as well. So I just want perhaps some time and energy to think today or from today to select and final reading about a few different components before we even get into the depth of the substance on this measure that Senator Brandt brought forward, that I think conceptually is very interesting and important idea. I do see it as generally permissive that would allow some flexibility to future legislatures to continue this important conversation with other stakeholders in ag and commercial and renters and residential and schools who all are interrelated to these questions. But I do just wonder whether it were to go to the ballot now emanating from the special session or be taken up next year and be placed on the ballot either in a special or on the 2026. Once the CA is referred to the ballot from the legislature, is there a provision or opportunity or mechanism if we identify a drafting error or a substantive issue that we need to change that could either claw back the provision before it goes to a vote of the people or rescind a measure before it goes to a vote of the people? I should probably know that answer off the top of my head. I don't. I haven't thought through this legal component before. I know that legislative resolutions have been rescinded in the history of the Nebraska Legislature when they were directing Congress to make changes to the federal Constitution. I'm thinking of the ERA example, but I just want to make sure that I'm square in my head about the serious business of amending the Constitution, making sure I have an understanding of both the substance presented here and any technical issues that may arise as a part of the referral process. So I generally really like the idea of giving the second house an opportunity to weigh in, to provide more tools and flexibility, to provide for property tax relief. I had a measure that I had introduced this special session that's definitely related to this idea and concept where I was seeking to utilize, thank you, Mr. President, about 40% of the funds that are in the current property tax credit program. It's estimated that about 40% of those are shipped out of state. So I was hoping that we could recapture and redirect some of those state resources and pour it back into direct relief for owner-occupied homes or folks who live on the family farm or a broadened homestead exemption. And so I like that this idea is generally related to strategies like that, but I do want to make sure that I have an opportunity to think through the technical aspects, the substantive aspects, and really appreciate a lot of Nebraskans who've weighed in since this measure kind of rose to the top very, very recently to express concerns about intended or unintended consequences. So I am comfortable moving the issue today for additional debate, but I'm going to reserve judgment on my final vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today just wanting to provide a little bit of technical color on AM 131 and what it actually means, and some of the process and procedure related to constitutional amendments and how LR2CA would work into that practice. So AM 131 is on the board because if our legislature is going to call for a special election to do with the CA, you have to have the special election language included in the CA to call that election, which is what this amendment is. If our legislature passes LR2CA with this language attached to it on final reading with 40 votes, then a special election will be called according to AM 131. In this case, the special election would be held in conjunction with the general election in 2024. If LR2CA receives fewer than 40 votes, then that special election language that we have in AM 131 is stricken. And if it has enough votes for passage on final round, then it's just passed as a normal CA. It would come up on the ballot as scheduled in 2026. So as we're considering AM 131, and as everybody's reserving judgment, personally, I'm opposed just because I've been consistently opposed to the thought of rushing CAs to the ballot in the middle of August for a November ballot. It's just important that as we're voting on AM 131, it's not just a minor technical change, it's actually a very big thing that we're voting on as to whether or not we are going to move LR2CA to the ballot more quickly than what it would be without the special election language attached. Senator Conrad raised some very good points on the clawback language. If you've ever tried to change the language of our state's constitution before through signature drive, petition, first off, God bless you. Second off, you understand the process of going back and forth with your attorneys, going back and forth with the Secretary of State's office to ensure that that language is where it needs to be. That is a process that normally takes months to have the right ballot language, to have everything be legal and checked out. There's a reason why this process takes the amount of time it does. And I understand the urgency related to this issue. Property tax relief has been my top issue from day one. I worry that we'll be doing more harm than good by rushing this to the ballot. I have concerns with LR2CA overall, especially with my district. If you look at it, there's actually not that much non-owner occupied homeownership in my district, District 1 in the southeast corner of the state. So my concern with LR2CA, so we're looking to shift property taxes away from owner occupied housing. Well, my district doesn't have a ton of commercial land. It doesn't have a ton of corporations buying out houses either. So if we're going to be shifting it away from residences, it's actually going to be quite a heavy push to potentially an additional property tax burden on ag to keep the lights on and the doors open on the city level, on the county level, at the local school level. And ag already pays far more than its fair share. Thank you, Mr. President. When it comes to property taxes, one of the most impactful things I ever received was in my first year in office, a farmer from my district, somebody who is exceptionally talented, and I'm grateful they even take the time to talk to me, laid out a bond issue that was proposed before voters, of course, during a special mail-in election that they were trying to get passed in the dark of night. And he outlined just how much he, as a large farmer in this school district, would be expected to pay for a bond issue that most of the people in town would vote for as a matter of fact, because everybody had up signs, yes, support our schools. He'd be paying over $100,000 over the life of this bond in taxes. Like, they should name the new building after him. Ag already pays enough. I'm worried about unintended consequences and rushing LR2CA to the ballot. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief here. I'm just going to once again express my opposition to the bill for many of the reasons that have already been expressed. But again, we're talking about ballots getting into people's hands roughly 30 days after this would be out. There is no time for people to really look at this, educate themselves as to the impact of this bill. This is very premature. There's a lot of moving parts. I understand what we're trying to get done, but why don't we bring that back to the next session and let's give it the time of day. Let's understand all of the unintended consequences that could occur that are in the bill today. Senator Slama's right there, and as is Senator Conrad. There's a lot of things that we just looked at this session. And I do apologize. I was not aware that it came out of Revenue 80, but nonetheless, I would tell you they looked at a lot of different information, And has everybody looked at the unintended consequences that this bill could produce? And yes, we're sending it to the voters to decide, but if we don't even know where we're at on it, how do we expect the voters to know where it's at? They expect us to do our due diligence before we kick something to the ballot. I think it's premature to do this. I certainly hope we don't get 40 votes. I'm not going to filibuster this on select. And it looks like we have the votes to probably get to 33. I don't know, but I certainly hope we don't have 40. This is not ready for prime time. I wish it would be pulled back, but nonetheless, I oppose it. I hope everybody else looks at this and understands that this is way too early. It's not ready for prime time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
This is just crazy to me. Thank you, Mr. President. This is just crazy to me. I've been here since 2017. Has anybody else in here put on a constitutional amendment from the legislature? One. I put on two. When we put on one of his, Senator Bostar, two of mine, there was no going back and forth with lawyers for months. No. We don't have time. It's not that complicated. This amendment actually almost mirrors the exact same language of ag. There's only like 4 words that are different. And what the scary thing that people are talking about doesn't happen with a vote. It happens if the legislature decides to do something. Now, I may be wrong, but I believe Senator Von Giller and Senator Jacobson are not in an election year, and they'll be here. So if you're worried about something happening, you'll be here. But do you want to have the tools to do something? That's the question before us. Do we want to leave the legislature with the tools to do something? I thought we did. Do we know the consequences of what we just passed, front loading and everything else? We ran some numbers here and there. There's actually things that every year we come back and have cleanup bills on. Tell me one year we haven't had a cleanup bill where we had to fix something. That's the nature of things. This one is simple. It does nothing except give this body tools that they haven't had to do. Now, there's current case law that says even if when ag moved this valuation down to 75, there were actually some case laws out there, and one of the statutes was found to be unconstitutional. Why? Because it shifted the tax burden in too big of a direction to residents and businesses. So there's already safeguards for what these individuals are talking about. It's case law. I just had my staff bring back up my laptop, thought I was done for the day. I can print it out, show you the case law. And the reason that's there is because at the top of the Constitution of this section, it says all property still has to be uniform and proportionate. So nothing can get out of whack, even if we wanted to. This is a way to actually, down the road, target real property tax relief in a way that benefits people, if the legislature chooses to do so. I had people coming up to me asking me about, well, where do we get the money to do anything? We're not doing anything. The legislature has to figure that out. It reminded me of the education hearing I had in the special session where I brought something about discrimination, and they were like, well, what about the school, the new school that the kid wants to go to? What if they don't have the resources? I'm trying to deal with the kid who's being discriminated over here. We can give all these scenarios down the road and say, what if, but the reality is there is no what if. The what if is what the legislature wants to do. This is just a tool.
1 minute.
Another tool in your toolbox as you go into this body next year to do something. If the voters overwhelmingly support it, that doesn't mean anything changes. You have to come back and enact something. Let me repeat. If the voters, it's a 90-10 win, that doesn't mean this legislature has to do anything. It simply means you have a tool. When is the right time? Well, we're in a special session because property taxes are so bad, we have to do something now. But we don't have time to do a simple amendment that mimics the agriculture amendment that's already in the Constitution. That makes no sense to me. I'm trying to protect the owner and the person who owns that home, not corporations.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Salama, would you yield to a question?
Senator Slama, would you yield?
Oh, well, yes, ma'am.
So there's been some confusion on the floor about current law. Does it say in the Nebraska Constitution that ag will be at 75%?
No, ma'am.
It says that it can be valued differently, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So next year you could have something on the floor and we could move ag up to 90%.
That's true, yes.
Or 100%.
Whatever you wouldn't be able to, and I wouldn't be able to
right.
every week.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we'll be on a beach somewhere. Don't worry about it.
The legislature can move ag up or down.
They can as they see fit. Yes.
Can they move, if they saw fit, owner occupied residential? Can they move it up and down different than commercial?
Different than commercial. So residential, commercial, and ag are three separate buckets. If you want to sub out owner occupied, that's where this
residential and commercial are not in a separate bucket. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm glad we got that figured out. Thank you.
Yeah. If that's confusion, that's really big confusion. Right now, and Senator Hughes can speak to this. Senator Hughes, would you yield to a question?
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
And I'm sorry I did not give you a heads up.
That's fine. Yes.
So on LB9, you were trying to lower ag to 45% and residential and commercial to 80%, right?
Yes, that's true.
Could you separate residential and commercial in LB9?
No.
No, because they have to be valued at the same, don't they?
That is correct, yes.
So right now, if you wanted to drop residential and commercial 10%, we found out it would cost about $220 million.
It's $220 million within TIOSA, yes.
Within TIOSA, $220 million. And what would it cost to drop ag from 75 to 45?
It was around 66 million, I believe.
Right. So to drop commercial and residential 10% costs $220 million. To drop ag 30% costs $66 million.
Yes, that is true.
Thank you, Senator Hughes.
You're welcome.
So as long as you have commercial stuck with residential, you're not going to move anything. We're the only states in the nation that does this. And yeah, we got people out in the lobby that don't like it. Chambers don't like it. I get that. We're not doing it. We're not changing anything. This passes. Residential and commercial is still at 92 to 100%. Ag still from 68 to 75%. It's got to be in that window. Here's what, we had a meeting, not this summer, but last summer, when whatever that group was, wasn't secret. A lot of people in those meetings. County assessors were in the meetings and they brought us what the counties were doing across the state. And for the most part, they had commercial 100% and a lot of residential at 93%. And I'm like, how is that constitutional? And nobody in the room could answer the question. So we're already trying to find a way to do this for homeowners, but it's not constitutional. Passing this does nothing. Those of you that are coming back next year, you can decide. You can decide to take commercial down to 90, residential down to 75, ag down to 50. You can make those decisions. Right now, you can't. Your hands are tied. And as far as we're rushing through, please, how many times have we come to the floor and have a vote that all of us are paying attention.
1 minute.
We're not rushing through. And if there's something wrong with it between now and select, we can fix it. We do that all the time. So anybody that has concerns, whether it's Senator Conrad or Senator Salama or anybody else that has concerns that the language is not quite right, bring and fix it. I'm sure Senator Brandt will agree to fix it however it needs to be fixed. This is just voting against this. I think it's very bad, guys. I don't know how you're going to explain to homeowners that you couldn't give them an option to be treated differently. I think if ag votes that way, that raises questions. Why is the ag you didn't vote for us, but you voted for yourselves? I think long and hard before I'd vote no on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I love that I get to follow Senator Linehan because it's weird to say, but I agree with Senator Linehan. And I mean, I've agreed with her many times, but in the special session, we've been at odds. But she's right. I think she got most everything right there. Anything that she might have got wrong, I'm not capable of contradicting. So if I agree with Senator Linehan, yes, you should all think very seriously. There's a reason. My district is 34% owner occupied. So my district is not one that would hugely benefit from this particular thing. But the reason this whole process was so labored in terms of trying to find how to give property tax relief to Nebraskans was because we did not have this tool in our toolbox. So that's why this is an important idea that Senator Brandt brought forward, and that's why I support it. And I do, to some folks' concern about how this will affect renters, of course, I will be pushing in the next, if this passes and we're talking about how to adjust it, I will be making sure, along with I'm sure several of my other colleagues, that we are also helping out renters when we do that we're coupling those two things. But we can't do anything like that without this tool. So this is a tool that will allow future legislatures to be more dynamic in solving these problems going forward. It's a step in that direction. And all we're doing right now is giving the voters an opportunity to give us that tool. So I support AM 131, which will allow it to get on the ballot this year. I support LR 2CA. And again, pay attention, because when John Kavanaugh and Lou Ann Linehan are on the same side of something, it's either a really good idea, well, it's a good idea, so, or a really great idea. So I encourage your green vote, and then we can all get out of here soon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm not going to take my full time on the mic. I just really wanted to delineate LR2CA because it seems like the proponents have a line in the sand of you need to vote for this because it does nothing. And it has to be on the ballot in November because it does nothing. Okay, first off, no, it does not do nothing. If it does nothing, we don't need a bill and we don't need to change the Constitution. If it does nothing, like the proponents are saying, why are we pushing it? And two, let's do the next step. Let's fill in the blanks for what happens when this do nothing constitutional amendment passes to give the legislature another tool in the toolbox. Like, because the tool in the toolbox after we change the Constitution is not just going to sit there and do nothing. So to point out and say that people's concerns about this bill are unfounded because it does nothing aren't appropriate, because we're just taking this constitutional amendment to its logical conclusion. You are pushing the CA to delineate owner-occupied housing from commercial, which in other areas of statute, not constitutionally, we do have these separated. Homestead exemptions, for example. So for me personally, I just want to rebut the argument that we should pass something because it does nothing. Because if it does nothing, we're not sitting here during a special session being screamed at that we need to rush this to the November ballot because, my God, we are in such a hurry to do nothing. And that's all I've got to say about that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Brandt, you're recognized to close on AM 131.
Let's go ahead and call the House now so they can be on their way. I encourage everybody to vote for AM 131, and Senator Slama did a fantastic job of explaining how this is going to work. We may need it, we may not need it, but we've got to get it in here now. I would encourage everybody to vote green on AM 131 and LR2CA. Thank you.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 131. The request was for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Not voting. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Not voting. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Senator Conrad voting no. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Not voting. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibach. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Meyer. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybould. Senator Reapy. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Not voting. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Senator Lowe voting no. Vote is 28 ayes, Senator DeKay voting no. Vote is 28 ayes, 17 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Brandt, you're recognized to close. And waives. Members, the question is the advancement of LR2CA to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted who care to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 14 nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
The bill does advance to ENR initial. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 2, select file. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB2.
Members, you have heard the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. They are adopted.
Senator Conrad, I have MO 12 to bracket the bill until January 7th.
Senator Conrad waived.
Senator Conrad, it's my understanding you wish to withdraw the motion at this time.
So ordered. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not planning to engage in any sort of extended debate. I know there are substantive amendments that are on the budgetary bills before us that we need to attend to today. So my hope is that we can jump into those and have a debate on the substantive amendments. And then, of course, each senator will vote their conscience up or down on the bill itself. So I'm planning to withdraw my amendments and my motions, and I would ask that you would quickly dispose of them so that we can move forward on the substantive debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close and waive. Members, the question is the adoption of the bracket motion. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
2 ayes, 38 nays to bracket the bill, Mr. President.
The bracket motion fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Senator Conrad, I have MO 26 with a note that you would withdraw.
It is withdrawn.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Conrad, I have a motion to indefinitely postpone with a note that she would withdraw.
So ordered. It's a regular indefinitely postponed motion. There is no objection.
Mr. President, Senator Clements would move to amend with FA 7.
So ordered.
Senator Clements, I also have FA 8 with a note that he would withdraw that as well.
So ordered.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I have FA 28 with a note that she would withdraw, as well as FA 29, FA 30, FA 31, and MO 21 to indefinitely postpone. In that case, Mr. President, Senator Kavanaugh would move to amend the bill with AM 114.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not intending to take extended debate on this. This is a amendment to strike sections 8, 30, and 37, which is the legislature portion of the bill, the DHHS 15 million and the corrections 10 million, for a total of $28.5 million to be struck from this bill, leaving $47,185,500. That is being taken out of various appropriations. I think if we really want to take that money, we can take it next year in January. Additionally, DHHS indicated very clearly that the 15 million could be reallocated from the money from the hospital assessment fees that we gave them the administrative fee of 17 million. They said they could very easily turn 15 of that over to the administrative costs that they are cutting. So I would ask for your green vote on AM 114 to remove the DHHS cuts, the corrections cuts, and the cuts to our own budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to AM 114. As it was mentioned, the Legislative Council issue already was voted on and was kept in the bill. That was Section 8. Section 30, Health and Human Services, also had a vote and failed. It was kept into the bill. Section 37 is regarding corrections, which would cancel a $10 million lapse of unspent funds. They, just a minute. Corrections had 18.4 million unspent funds June 30th. The committee is, this bill takes $10 million out of the $18 million unspent funds. It leaves them $8 million to carry forward to this fiscal year. And, excuse me, and the new appropriation is $350 million, plus that aid would be $358 million. They have at least $350 million available for 2025. The actual expenditures last year are showing up at $316 million. So even if expenses go up by 35 million, that's 10% increase. We're already covering it. So this is, they have a $350 million available. Without this amendment, it would be 360 million, no, 370, because it's 10 million from last year and another 10 million from this year. So they would end up with 370 million. They're already going to have $350 million where they only spent 316 million. So even if they have higher expenses, hire some more employees, we're giving them ample room to do that. And so I ask for your red vote on AM 114. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 114, primarily because I don't think we should be taking any money from two of the worst departments we have as a state. We have to be clear. DHHS is a horribly ran department, and NDPS is a horribly ran department as well. The Department of Health and Harm is bad, and the Department of Punitive Services is bad. We should not be taking money from either department. We got kids dying in the care of the state. We got kids being lost. We got families being destroyed. We got caseworkers showing up to court not knowing the cases. We got caseworkers overworked. We got a department that's been in flux even before I got in the legislature, understaffed. They got a new director. He's trying to do his best, but it's still not a great situation. Building a new prison, which is, I guess I heard yesterday or something, it might be opened in 2028. It's going to be overcrowded day one. We shouldn't be taking money from these departments. The money needs to be reallocated to take care of the things that aren't being taken care of. I think it's very irresponsible to take any dollars away from these departments. We need to be protecting kids in foster care, kids in the juvenile welfare system. Like, I don't understand this. Just because money is there does not mean that their needs just disappear. Talk to any family that deals with DHHS and they will tell you horror story after horror story. I guarantee it. If you did a survey on DHHS, I would guarantee it is unfavorable. Guarantee it. If you did a survey on NDPS, it would be unfavorable. Even with staff, guarantee it. I would guarantee it. If you survey the people that's supposed to get the service, it would be unfavorable. If you surveyed the staff, it would be unfavorable. We should not be taking money away from these departments. These departments are horribly ran and have been horribly ran before any of us even got to the legislature. They should be improved. We should be using these dollars to improve these departments. We got water issues. We got child and family issues that need to be addressed. We got a department that destroys families day after day, lose kids, kids dying in their care, kids sleeping on the floors of office buildings and hotels. I really don't get it. It's probably why y'all didn't want Senator Wayne's, what was it, LB 25 to pass, and now y'all don't want LB 57 to pass because the state has been negligent. These departments have been negligent. And it just makes no sense that we sit by as elected officials and just let these departments get away with these things just because they are ran by the executive branch. Who do we work for? I was voted by the people in my community, so I work for them. I don't work for the executive branch.
1 minute.
So what I'm asking, and what Senator Michaela Cavanaugh is asking, is for us to step up for the people of Nebraska and not take money away from two of the most horribly ran departments in the state. There's others. I'm not talking about those today, but the Department of Health and Harm and the Department of Punitive Services, there should not be money being taken away from either. Thank you.
Senator Clements, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we've talked before, the Director Jeffries came to the hearing, and he was in agreement with these changes. And as we talked before, he's been able to hire nurses in-house rather than hiring contractors. He's getting inmates on Medicaid. Of the large expense we've had on medical treatment for inmates, Medicaid will pick up, it's about 50% of that when they're Medicaid eligible. and he's buying food in bulk. And so we're allowing $34 million more than was spent in 2024 fiscal year. And the unspent dollars, if we leave them just sitting in an agency, that's not good use of taxpayer dollars. This money is being applied toward property tax relief. That's what LB2 and LB3 are doing, is funding the increases in the property tax credit fund. And so I ask you to vote no on AM 114, and that the committee did consider reductions, but we kept them reasonable so that we're not cutting agencies down to the bone, leaving room for expansion if needed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to close on AM 114.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the document that I distributed a couple of days ago, it has in there an email from Lee Will to Director Jeffries telling him that he must cut his budget by $10 million in FY24 and $10 million in FY25, and he just needed to find that money. It wasn't because they were going on Medicaid. It wasn't because they were hiring nurses on staff instead of using visiting nurses. And it wasn't because they were ordering food in bulk. They just needed to cut it by $10 million. HHS was told that they needed to cut by $200 million, and I guess they got some sense in their heads and realized that that was insane, and went to 25, and now I believe it's at 15, and 15 million is the exact same amount that DHHS said that they could reappropriate within their own budgets. So we don't need to cut this 15 million. We don't. Let's just leave it. Let's just hold harmless here, people. And then there's us. And I am sorry, colleagues, but I think it was pretty insulting, the comments that were made about taking the legislature out of it. Oh, we can cut here and there unless it's our money, unless it's our money. That is so just rude to the people who work in this building, in this institution. They are good stewards of this institution. They are good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, and it is rude to insinuate anything less. We use carryover funds for a number of things, including technology updates. If we have a crisis and we have to have special traveling hearings, and on and on and on. It's our money to use for good governance. It's not our money to buy pizzas. It's not like we're throwing it away and being frivolous. We're a very economical chamber. And we shouldn't be taking this money from our own pot of money. Go through the budget process in January, reassess, see if we need to take it away. And frankly, the fact that we would say at all that the governor can just blindly tell us how much money to cut from our own budget without telling us what we're cutting it from, he had no idea. He had no idea what that money would be used for. We have salary increases coming. We have any other things that we don't know. This money should stay where it is, and it is irresponsible and it is reckless to take it away at this time. We should also be going through the normal appropriations process. And my final comment is LB2 is completely illegal. It is a shadow appropriations process done outside of our own statutes on how the budget of the legislature of the government of Nebraska should be handled. It was done completely illegally starting in June of 2023, and we should not pass it at all. But if we're going to pass it, let's at least take care of vulnerable populations and our own staff.
1 minute.
And when you say that it's our money, we take the legislature out of it, there's a pot of money, that doesn't seem to apply to a recreational lake fund. We're totally fine keeping that money there, but the money that funds our operations, that's where we have to draw a line in the sand. Colleagues, please, let's just vote for AM 114 and move on and go home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 114 to LB2. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 7 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Day, Senator Duncan, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Day, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Colleagues, the question before the body is the adoption of AM. There's been a request for roll call, reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Von Gellern. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator. Not voting, Senator Raybold. Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Linan. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Sen Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Harden. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Sen Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Duncan. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Sen Brandt. Voting no, Sen Bostelman. Voting no, Sen Bostar. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Voted 15 nays, 29 nays, Mr. President.
The amendment is not successful. Mr. Clerk, raise the call.
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator McKinney, AM 123.
Senator McKinney, you're welcome to open on AM 123.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 123 continues what I was working on yesterday. First, my mission was to stop the transfer of cash funds yesterday. Successful. Today, my mission is to transfer the $10 million that the Appropriations Committee is attempting to take from the operations of the corrections and transfer it. It says that the transfer for to complete repairs and maintenance on the water system infrastructure at the Nebraska State Penitentiary in Lincoln, Nebraska. Because although I know Senator Clements is possibly going to get up and say he doesn't support this because the department said that they worked on the water main issue and is fully functioning currently, but I will remind you all, this is a recurring issue that keeps happening. It keeps needing repairs because it hasn't been properly fixed. So why aren't we properly fixing it? It might be fully functioning today, and it might not be fully functioning tomorrow. So let's put the money up to make sure it's fully functioning. The new prison that is supposed to be built will not be opened until 2028. Let's spend the money to take care of the issue because the men that are inside do not want to be scooping feces out of the toilet again because the water main is not working and needs repairs. So that's why I brought this amendment. That is why. That is, and many people might not agree with me, but that it is what it is. It's clear that we have $10 million that could be used to address this issue. For whatever reason, there is an excess of $10 million in corrections. Let's use the excess of funds to repair the water main issue. I believe that individuals being able to live in sanitary conditions should be of the utmost importance to all of us. Just because people are incarcerated does not mean that they need to live in inhumane conditions. Again, just because people are incarcerated does not mean that they have to live in inhumane conditions. The department keeps having to fix the water main issue. Why do they need to do proactive repairs if the water main is not an issue? Why was the water shut off? How long was the water shut off? It's questions that need answers. But the reality is we need to put up the money to fix the water main issue. Why does the department need to go before Senator Von Gilleren in the Building and Maintenance Committee and request 309 funds, something I'm not clear that they've ever done before to address the water main issue? We have the funds, let's utilize it. And I'm looking at this thing Senator Michaela Cavanaugh passed out from something from the governor's staff. It says, in an effort to fulfill governor's pilling goal of delivering general fund savings of 3% in fiscal year 2024 and 6% in 2025, correctional service goals are to decrease their budget, I guess, by 10 million in 2024 and 10 million in 2025. To assist you in achieving your goals, Epiphany Associates and the State Budget Division will partner with your agency to help utilize these savings. So now I'm not even clear if they actually found savings, or are they just saying that to justify the request from the governor's office that they need to cut their budget by 10 million. It's just wild. I mean, it's just wild. So what and I really just want to vote on this, honestly. I don't see a lot of people in the queue. It's never a lot of people in the queue when we're up talking corrections and talking about the humanity of people and making sure the men and women that are incarcerated are not living in inhumane conditions. But people stand up every day and say that they care about all Nebraskans and making sure that all Nebraskans are taken care of. Let's be clear. The people in prison are Nebraskans. 90+% of them will return back to society, back to our communities. They will pay taxes. What am I missing? Why should they have to live in a facility for, I guess, at least for the next 4 years? But it's not even clear if it's the next 4 years, because when I brought amendments to the budget to demolish the state penitentiary, nobody wanted to demolish the state penitentiary because maybe we should keep it open. There's buildings that we should save, which was crazy to me because for my first 2 years here, the whole mission behind the new pen that is supposed to be built was the old penitentiary was in such horrible conditions that nobody could live there. We need to get people out of there. They can't live there. But when I bring an amendment to demolish it, we need to save it. We can't demolish it. We need to keep it open. So if we're not demolishing and keeping it open, we obviously need this 10 million anyway, because it has to be used to repair the water main issue anyway. So I think I would assume, if not even today, all of you guys who might not support this, I hope you do actually, not even being sarcastic, but if you don't vote for this today, there will come a day, if the Nebraska State Penitentiary stays open, where you will be voting for maybe 10 million or maybe more, because you keep deferring the maintenance on this place. It might be 10 million, but let's think about inflation, time value of money. The value of money today is not the same tomorrow. It could be more later. It might not be 10 million. It could be 20 million in 2028. Think about it. So would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million in 2028? I'm just asking you, Senator Jacobson, you're a banker. Would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million in 2028? Speaker Arch, would you rather spend, I don't know if you'll be term limited in 2028, but would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million in 2028? It's just simple math, because nobody wants to close NSP. Y'all don't want to demolish it because the department wants to keep it open. Would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million in 2028? Because the new penitentiary will be overcrowded, guaranteed. So y'all might be ignoring me, but the reality is reality. The water main issue is a issue. Senator Clements will get up and read that. Good evening. I've confirmed at the warden at the Nebraska State Penitentiary via telephone that the water is currently fully functioning. A recent repair was made to be proactive in hopes to prevent any other issues with water directly affecting housing units. It is an issue. Why do they need to be proactive? Why do they have to keep repairing this water main? So I'm just saying, would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million tomorrow, Senator Clements? I mean, all these people talk about all these numbers and knowing all this math, but a difference of 10 million is a difference of 10 million. That's very simple to me. So it is what it is. I'll get back on the mic. I'm sure Senator Clements is in the queue, so we'll have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did receive at 5 o'clock last night, my office did receive that message that repairs had been made for the water issues. And I wanted to, I do take seriously issues like that. And in the budget currently, we have $4 million allocated per year for every fiscal year for maintenance of the correctional services. In addition, another $2.5 million for upgrades of their security system. And those were allocated in 2023's, the 2-year budget, giving them $4 million a year, which is $8 million in this budget. In this last session, we had deficit requests from some agencies that needed some more funding for things that needed to be done. And corrections did not indicate that they had any shortage of funds. And the fact that they did recently repair the system without asking for money to do it means that they still have some budget money left for such repairs. Also, the York Women's Facility we specified $2.5 million for that facility because of hearing about the water issues there. And that's in addition to the $6.5 million of basic construction, maintenance, and security systems. So the other thing is a new prison is underway. In 2024, we allocated $70 million toward the building of the new facility. And in 2025, this fiscal year, they have $120 million available to continue to develop the new facility. But we have been relying on the governor and the agency director to let us know if there are additional needs, and we haven't, or as far as funding goes. And my opinion is that we already have given them enough money. And if we allocate this $10 million, it probably won't be spent. They haven't asked for it, and it'd be another amount of money that will be reducing the amount going for property tax relief. And so I am confident that there are funds available that they've been using to make the repairs when they've been needing to do so. And so oppose AM 123. Ask for your red vote on AM 23. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know sometimes because Senator McKinney has a sonorous voice, we don't always hear everything he says. I know mine is high and squeaky and annoying, so sometimes maybe you hear that. Senator McKinney and I, a couple summers ago, it's really hot out, maybe it was 2 summers ago, went to Omaha Correctional Center. Was that 2 summers ago? They're giving us a tour through after we show up, and they're showing us the warden was showing us all the things that were broken. There were a lot of broken things. Warden says, like to fix this, put in a request to fix this, told can't fix this. This is what Senator McKinney is talking about. We got a presentation a couple of years ago about the state of the penitentiary. The state of the penitentiary was, it was going to take something like $78 million, I think. My numbers may be off by 10 million. Somewhere around $78 million to fix the pen because, or it was maybe more than that to fix it, and it was because of 68 million or 78 million of deferred maintenance, where wardens say, this is broken. I'd like to fix it. And they get told, nope, we're not going to fix it. There is a real problem when we are not fixing, when our prisons have some sort of problem with them that their wardens are pointing out. That isn't a good way to treat the state's assets. And then what happens, I think it is that it's going to cost 200 some million to fix because we didn't spend the 68 million to fix it. 78, whatever it was. My numbers are not exactly right. They're somewhere in there. The point that Senator McKinney is making is we need to invest in keeping the asset good so that we don't have to keep rebuilding things. And so that the people who live there and work there have a decent place to live and work. It's actually not really that difficult. Let's not waste money by saving a penny now to spend $10 later. It's really not a complicated concept. Let's spend money on maintenance so that we don't have to later spend a whole lot more money. And you may say, well, it's too far gone now. That's not true. Since I've been in here, we have built new buildings at the penitentiary. Those buildings need maintenance. Senator McKinney says, let's put $10 million into making sure that the things that are broken, like the water main, get fixed so that they don't cost more later. This is not rocket surgery. $10 million. It's a start on saving Nebraskans money.
1 minute.
These things may not have to be spent while you're in the legislature, but I think that's part of the problem. We have people who are term limited in the administration, in this legislature, and they say, if I can save money now and the check doesn't come due until later for more money, maybe I'll save money now. I think we need to listen to Senator McKinney here. He probably has the real numbers. I just have thereabouts. So, colleagues, this is, I know we're tired. I know we're sort of in an odd place. But I think we should take the time to hear what Senator McKinney has to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back on the topic. So this water main issue isn't a new issue since I've been in the legislature. I can't find the document right now. It's probably in my office, but you would see that there was a request, I believe dating back to 2010 or 2011, asking for the water main to be repaired. It didn't get fixed then. It's 2024. I believe, Senator DeBoer, I think it's like 60 million in deferred maintenance, but it might be 70 today. And the department didn't ask for the 10 million to repair it, Senator Clements, because the governor wants to cut these budgets. And we keep talking about property tax relief. We need the 10 million for property tax relief. But Senator Clements, when I brought the bill to demolish the state penitentiary, once the new pen opens, I don't think you supported that. But when the new pen opens and we don't demolish NSP, tell the Nebraskan taxpayers that they're going to be spending money on 2 penitentiaries, actually 3 in Lincoln. And I'm not even talking about the community corrections. So when we're talking about property tax relief, let's have a real conversation. So the people, the taxpayers are going to be spending a lot of money on prisons in Lincoln. The people of Lincoln, you're going to have 2 state pens, the current one and the other one that's going to be built somewhere off the interstate when you drive into Lincoln, because nobody in this body, well, not nobody, but a lot of people in this body did not want to demolish the old one once the new one comes online, because people think it should stay open, which means taxpayers are not going to be having any savings. Taxpayer dollars are still going to be spent on NSP. If NSP stays open after 2028, you're going to have to fix the water main at some point in time. So why not spend the 10 million today? I don't understand it. The department didn't ask for it because the governor doesn't want them to spend it, but they really need it. And this is not a new issue. It dates back to, I believe, as early as 2010, and it might be further than that, but I don't know the history past 2010. And 4 million in maintenance is 4 million in maintenance for NSP or across all facilities. And if you go to all facilities, I mean, I mentioned at OCC when we went on that visit, an individual had to put a trash bag over his bed because the roof was leaking, and when it rained, rain was coming down on him when he slept. But the warden at that facility, OCC at the time, couldn't even get those repairs because they kept being told no, because the state didn't want to spend those dollars. We got people sleeping with water coming down. It's just crazy. I don't get it. I'm not the crazy one here. I'm really speaking logic, but you don't want to listen. He'll probably stand up and tell me numbers. The governor didn't request it. The department didn't request it. They don't need it. Yes, they do. It just doesn't make any sense. Because you're going to have to spend it.
1 minute.
And when they come back, if I'm here, when they come back and request money from the Appropriations Committee to repair the water main or to do anything for NSP, especially with the water main, I'm going to say I told you so. And you're going to vote for it. Appropriations is going to vote for it because y'all vote for anything when they ask for it, but I'm telling you they need it. They're just neglecting to ask for it. But when you talk to the men and women that work there, and when you talk to the men that live within the facility, they will tell you they need it. Walk through there when the water main is broken. You'll see men scooping feces out the toilet to make sure they could use the restroom. Is that right, Senator Clements? Thank you.
That's your time, Senator. Seeing no. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to say that I've never opposed adding construction funds to the corrections. And if we give them more money, we can't make them spend the money. And without having a request for more, it tells me that they have, and they've just made some repairs, that they have funds available. So I believe they probably are listening. I think that's probably why we got the emails confirming that the water system's been repaired. And if they're listening and have needs, let's let the legislature, let the appropriations committee know. But giving them $10 million doesn't mean they'll spend it. We can't make them spend the money. And I believe that the funding is adequate the way it is, and that I ask for your red vote on AM 123. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I stand in favor of AM 123, and I want to thank Senator McKinney for his leadership on this issue. He's talking about incredibly important things, and the fact that more of you don't listen when he's talking or don't care is very telling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator McKinney, you're recognized to close on AM 123.
Can I get a call of the House?
Yes, sir. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
16 nays, 3 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those senators unexcused outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to continue on your close.
Oh, general fund. Oh, okay. All right. So again, AM 123 is an amendment because the Appropriations Committee was moving 10 million from operations to the general fund. What this amendment does is move that money to make repairs to the water system at the Nebraska State Penitentiary because it's needed. And I use a sort of a sports reference, Senator Clements. Yes, they've made repairs, but thinking sports. So imagine an athlete, it gets hurt, still wants to finish the season because it's, let's say, state championships is next week. So what they do, they go to the doctor and get a cortisone shot. Does it solve the issue? No, but they can make it through the next week and be sort of pain-free. That's what the department is doing. They're putting Band-Aids on an issue that's not solving the problem. Yes, they repaired it, but they just sort of just put a Band-Aid on it that keeps needing repairs because it's never being solved. They just keep throwing Band-Aids on it and hopefully these Band-Aids stick for another year, maybe 6 months, and then, yeah, it might work. It might work. It might stick together, and then we'll just throw some more Band-Aids on it. But because multiple administrations are electing not to just solve the problem, let's say for sports references, not electing not to have the surgery, you keep needing a cortisone shot. You keep needing the Band-Aids. You keep needing the stitches, but you're not solving the problem. So again, for the people that weren't in here, the people that like to talk numbers and saving taxpayer dollars, do you want to spend $10 million today or $20 million in 2028? Because when I brought the amendments to demolish the state penitentiary, once the new penitentiary is online, you voted no, which told me the state penitentiary is going to stay open. If the state penitentiary stays open, that means you're going to have to address the water main issue. So inflation is going to go up, time value of money, and potentially this 10 million today could be 20 million. So Senator Jacobson, would you rather spend 10 million today or 20 million in 2028? Think about it. It's just simple math. That's all I'm asking. And lastly, these people shouldn't have to scoop feces out of toilets. They shouldn't have to use bottled water to take showers because the department doesn't want to repair this problem.
1 minute.
I'm really lost here. Why? Just because these people are incarcerated does not mean they have to live in inhumane conditions, because we don't want to take care of the issue. If the executive branch don't want to do their job, we should do it. These people are Nebraskans. We talk about taking care of all Nebraskans. We have Nebraskans in prisons. We should take care of them too. And I hope to get your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 123. A request for roll call vote. Reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Raybold. Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Meyer. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Sen Linan. Not voting, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Sen Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Rybach. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Harden. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Sen Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Sen Brandt. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Boson. Not voting, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Not voting. Vote is 15 nays, 28 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I have a series of previously filed amendments and motions with requests to be withdrawn. I'll walk through those. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I have.
Without objection, so withdrawn. So ordered.
FA 24, 25, 26, 27. Senator Conrad, I have MO 25, Senator Ibach, AM 8, Senator Ibach, Senator AM 9, Senator Aguilar, AM 1, Senator Bostman, AM 31, Senator Decay, AM 30, Senator Conrad, AM 61, all with requests that they be withdrawn.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to close. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB2 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
There's been a request for a machine vote. Mr. Clerk. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 8 nays on the motion to advance the bill, Mr. President.
The bill is advanced to ENR initial. ENR engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 3 to select file with ENR amendments. Select file, Legislative Bill 3. First of all, Senator, I have ENR amendments.
Senator Ballard, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move the ENR amendments to LB3 be adopted.
Members, you have heard the motion to adopt the ENR amendments. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. They are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad, I have MO 16 with a note that you wish to withdraw.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad, I have MO 31 with a note you would withdraw.
Without objection, so ordered.
Senator Conrad, I have MO 17, indefinite postponement with a note to withdraw.
Without objection, so ordered.
Senator Clements, I have FA 11 with a note that he would withdraw, as well as FA 12.
So ordered.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I have FAs 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, all with notes that you would withdraw.
So ordered.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, I also have AM 107 with a note that you would withdraw.
So ordered.
Senator Iba, I have AM 11 and AM 11 with a note that you would withdraw.
So ordered.
Senator Bostman, AM 33 with a note to withdraw.
So ordered.
Senator Decay, AM 32 with a note that you would withdraw.
So ordered.
In that case, Mr. President, Senator Wayne would move to amend with AM 132.
Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm not taking this to a filibuster to the close. I am giving people an opportunity to vote on something that they all said that we should not have in our statutes. So I would like everybody to understand that I have heard nobody say that we should keep this in. In fact, everybody said that a tax on electricity is bad. So here is a vote to remove electricity as a tax. So we can take care of that right now and today. And with that, I'll ask for a green vote.
Senator Clemens, please state your point of order.
It's not germane to the bill.
Senators Wayne and Clemens, please approach. It's the position of the chair that the amendment is not germane. There's been a motion to overrule the chair. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to open. Each member may speak one time, and members may not yield time. Senator Wayne.
Thank you. So I call balls and strikes on the rules. So I'm going to point out why this is germane and why I disagree with the chair. On page 31 of AM 41, it opens up section 77. That chapter is now open and on the floor. Specifically, it deals with 77-402 as amended. Okay, that's one. The chapter is already open on the floor and it is doing it. So it's germaneness by definition because we're in the same chapter. Two, at least two cash funds receive proceeds from the sales and use taxes under 77-203. The one I'm eliminating is 77-204. Same section, same subsection, same sales stream. It is a natural flow from the stream. This is germane. It is on point because we are eliminating some of the money that would be going into one of those streams. So it is germane. This is not a germaneness issue. It is clear that this is germane. Again, anytime, now what somebody's going to get up and say is, well, it wasn't heard in my committee. I've explained this over and over again. Just because the bill is in your committee does not make it not germane somewhere else. It is about the chapter and section on the floor. Chapter and section on the floor. And once that chapter and section is open, you can strike and move anything. And I guess I'm gonna give you the best example of that. Splitting OPS. Splitting OPS by Senator Chambers, because that chapter was open on the floor. They were dealing with the same content of OPS. He literally on the floor split it into three different school districts. That is the nature of this. That is why people are saying, hey, we don't want a gambling topic to come up because the entire chapter is open. So I call balls and strikes on every rule. I've never pushed my button on the rule and pushed it one side or another. Earlier, people thought I was going to be with Senator Luan, and I wasn't. When it comes to rules, Senator Linehan, sorry. When it comes to rules, I don't play games on them. But the reality is 77 is open. We are talking about proceeds from sales and use tax, and we're talking in the same subchapter of subchapter 2703 minus 2704. One chapter away. One subchapter away. That is germane because it deals with sales and use tax. I don't know how else to explain anymore. I actually laughed when I thought germaneness, because this has been one of the most germane bills that I've had in the last 3 years on this topic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Moving to the procedural queue, Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne, would you yield a few questions, please?
Senator Wayne, would you yield to questions?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, this came up in a bill that we did here in revenue. Do you remember the bill number?
I remember, no.
But we did talk about it in Revenue Committee.
Yes.
Do you know, did Revenue exec on that?
Don't know.
The answer is no. Do you know the cost of this bill?
22 million.
I remember 63.
No, that was because it had natural gas in it.
It was 83 with natural gas last year, 63 with electric this year is my recollection, but we can both look and find.
Are you against the bill or what are you arguing?
I'm asking you questions. Where is the money coming from?
Well, all the cash transfers we're doing were 117 million.
And where's the money going to go?
To eliminate that tax. It'll offset the cost.
Eliminate what tax?
Electricity tax. So you'll still have money left over according to your own calculations.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Senators Von Gilleren and Wayne. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wayne, any question? Would you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
Would you like to clarify any more confusion about what you're doing?
Yeah, so it's real simple. Everybody said that we shouldn't tax this. And when I came up here on the floor the last 5 seconds to throw the 2.5 cents on, I couldn't get an amendment done, but I got an amendment done. I went back and looked at all the sections of all the bills. We opened up chapter 77. We're using sales and use tax, and I'm eliminating one of the sales and use tax. How is that not germane? It's sales and use tax. So what I'm doing is taking the 117 million that we are moving around to property tax relief and providing those who don't own homes and those who do a little savings on their tax. Now, everybody here said they were against this and we should get rid of it. Tax on electricity, a need. This is your opportunity to do so. And we have the funds to pay for it. So guess what? We don't give them 3% of new, we only give them 2%. That's a couple dollars less that they get, but they don't have to pay a tax on something they need. I think that's fair. I think we should have that conversation. So you put the amendment up on the board, we have that conversation. If it dies, it dies. But this legitimately legitimately removes a tax that you all and I agree is bad. But the question of germaneness, it's germane. And it's clearly germane. I said it again, 77 opened up the chapter. We have 2 cash funds that are receiving proceeds from 77-2703. I touched 77-2704. Any other day, this wouldn't be a germaneness issue on any other bill. And just because that came out of appropriations doesn't mean anything. See, when I started here, appropriations wouldn't do policy. Well, there's a whole lot of policy in our budget now and language that comes out of appropriation. So that went away. It's the same section of law, and does it, the rule says naturally flow? Yes. Sales and use tax proceeds in one subsection above is mentioned twice in here, and we are eliminating a sales and use tax. That makes it germane.
Germane, and you're trying to take care of all of Nebraskans, right?
Correct, and we have the money to do it.
Because 34 didn't, right?
34 did not. Definitely. And what's crazy is I'll be off 34. I told you I wanted 2 to 3 things. Targeted tax relief, LB 57, which we know is off the table, and something for renters and everyone else. I don't like the bill, but we're doing something better. We're eliminating electricity. Senator Von Gillerin has said multiple times in some meetings he is going to bring a bill for natural gas next year. So I hold him to it. Thank you, Senator Kinney. Any other questions for me?
Nope, but thanks for trying to look out for all Nebraskans because LB 34 did not. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Wayne and McKinney. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose the motion to overrule the chair. I know that I've been told here, well, first of all, the funds in LB3 are funding property tax relief, and it's 20, 30 million, maybe $60 million would make a big hole in the amount of funding that we're doing here. And so that the first thing, we did not discuss tax on electricity in the Appropriations Committee. What we did discuss was the most part of LB3 is transferring interest on cash funds that interest isn't being used, and we selected 45 out of 65 or so that were offered. Some of those cash funds, the money that comes into them is from sales tax. And so this section regarding sales tax gets opened up because some of the funds, sales tax goes into Game and Parks, a Game and Parks fund that we're going to transfer interest from. Some of it is funds that Department of Revenue manages, and sales tax goes into a fund that Department of Revenue manages. So it's true that there's some description of sales tax items in this bill, but it's just funds that get sales tax into them. There's no tax levying or tax setting of tax rates in the appropriations bill. And I just wanted to clarify that we have to open up those sections just to discuss a fund that happens to get sales tax put into it. That doesn't mean we're doing anything with sales tax rates on any products or electricity. So that's why I believe this is not germane to LB3, and I ask you to vote against overruling the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think rather than getting the lawyers in the room all to Twitter and starting an argument on germaneness, we should just vote that it is germane and then just vote down the transfer. I was listening when Senator Von Gilleren and Senator Wayne were talking about how much the fiscal note was, and I was just curious if I could ask Senator Von Gilleren a question.
Senator Von Gilleren, would you yield?
Yes.
So did you find the fiscal note on the?
Yes, I did.
How much is it?
Fiscal year 24-25, 39 million, 25-26, 62 million, 26-27, 65 million, 27-28, 68 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it is a substantial amount of money, and spending 60 million of the money that this bill provides for property tax relief is going to take it from 3% property tax relief to 2% property tax relief. So, I laud Senator Wayne for wanting to do something about tax on electricity, but I think that that's something we're going to have to do in at some future point. When we were talking about taking this tax away, we had revenue sources to pay for it. And we had more revenue than this to credit toward property tax relief. But when we took away those exemption discussions, we took away the sources of revenue, then the property tax benefit dwindled down to about 3%. And adding the electrical tax exemption at this point would make it 2%. And if you feel bad going home with only a 3% improvement, you'll feel 33% worse if it's only 2%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of the motion to overrule the chair, and I think this is perhaps a close call and an interesting question, absolutely, but I do think it is germane. I think that this measure is germane, and I listened to Senator Wayne's argument, which, as per usual, was incredibly well researched and well thought out. And I think the sections that he mentions clearly do relate to and open up this dialogue. I do want to also just set forward a few other pieces. So again, the germaneness rule is governed by rules. The germaneness question is governed by Rule 7. And again, perhaps one point of consideration in making a decision is where a bill was referenced and where it ends up. It is not unprecedented to have amendments come together from different jurisdictional committees. It is rare, but it is not unprecedented in our system. But that may be one point of consideration, but it is not the test for germaneness. And so I do just want to reiterate that Rule 7 on its face lists the test. And I think Senator Wayne already did a good job applying the rule to this situation. So the other 2 points that I do want to lift up here is, again, it's not unprecedented, but it's definitely not a typical practice for us to set policy within the context of our state budget. Of course, the budget itself is a moral document and impacts a lot of different policies, but we've typically shied away for a lot of good reasons in utilizing the budget to advance policy debates for a host of different reasons, primarily because they become very contentious. And we always try to safeguard our constitutional obligation to carry out our balanced budget requirements and otherwise. So it makes me, and that's a separate policy question as to whether or not we want to do more policy in the budget itself, but it doesn't go to the heart of the matter before us in regards to germaneness. The last point that I would just reiterate and lift up here, friends, is that I again contend that LB2 and LB3 are unnecessary. They are absolutely unnecessary in terms of our legal obligation in regards to our budget. They are absolutely not A-bills for property tax relief. They are absolutely not. So if the body decides to move forward with this discussion, and I think they very well could, I do think it is germane, the fiscal impact and the price tag here is, for all intents and purposes, irrelevant for the bottom line. We have a balanced budget requirement that applies to the biennium, not to the moment. We are in compliance thereof. So I think Senator Wayne has brought forward an interesting idea. I think it's germane, and we should overrule the chair, and then we should continue to a debate about whether or not it's a good idea to take up more policy work in our budget. And we can have a broader discussion of fiscal implications or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Well, colleagues, I almost never overrule the chair, but in this case, I think Senator Wayne is right. This one does appear to be germane. So there we go. I will be voting to overrule the chair. I can see how this might be a question someone has, but it does look like this one is germane. The question about whether we want to pass it or not is a different question. This is the germaneness. I said to somebody earlier, I said, here's a multiple choice question. Which is a worse sentence to hear? The first one is, folks, we're going to have to deplane. And the second one is turning to the procedural cue. So here we are. I think we're almost done talking about this, but maybe a few more. The issue is that it probably is germane. We can talk about the merits of the amendment after that, but it looks germane. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm still on the fence a little bit about the motion to overrule the chair. I'm just kind of listening to what everybody's saying right now because they're making some pretty good points. I just want to, have everyone remember when they chose not to overrule the chair before because they were very concerned about setting precedents or very concerned about items in two separate committees. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So if you chose to not overrule the chair before because you have two items in separate committees, and then you vote to overrule the chair now in two bills that are in separate committees, that confuses me. So I just want to remind everybody about that. The other thing that I have a concern about, just not so much the motion, but more what we're trying to accomplish here with the amendment, is it may be germane to the bill, but it's not germane to the reason why we're here. The whole purpose of why we're here in the special session, in my opinion, is to deal with bills that have to do specifically with property tax relief. And so if this was perhaps part of a greater package, a property tax reform package, that might be a different story, but in and of itself does not seem to fit the germaneness of why we're here. And so that's why I have an issue with it all of a sudden being thrown on, attached, and it's a significant amount of money. So with that, I was wondering if Senator Clements would yield to a question.
Senator Clements, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Clements, did you have any other concerns about the motion?
Yes, I do. I asked the fiscal office to tell me what would happen to our green sheet fiscal year 2027 ending balance If we pass things the way they are without this proposal, we would be about $57 million positive. If we pass this electricity question, it'll reduce our general fund $162 million because it's this year, next year, and the following year. We're looking at 3 years ahead. We would end up $105 million negative on our financial status, which will, that's going to need something else done about it. The funding for this would have been in some sales tax revenues, and since that revenue is not here, it's just going to reduce our budget amounts and be unsustainable. So thank you for the question, Senator Hansen.
How much time I got left?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
I don't really want to use it. I was just curious. Just one other thing I want to mention. I'm not really opposed to the intent, if I'm thinking right, of what Senator Wayne is trying to do here. I am in favor of eliminating the tax on utilities, but I would like to see it be a part of a greater package because A, that's the reason why we're here, and B, I think overall, I think we can actually help people quite a bit, not just in this front, but with their property taxes as well. And then also, all the stuff Senator Clements just mentioned with some of the needed revenue when it would come to pay for this bill. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. So I was wrestling with this. I heard Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne has been great to serve with for 4 years. I've learned a lot. He's got some real avant-garde ideas sometimes, and that challenges you to learn things better and to look into them. So I would just be honest with you. My first reaction was that it was not germane. I do like the idea. My first reaction was it's not germane. But I read the bill as it is currently amended, and I read Senator Wayne's proposal, and I went back and I read the rule. And the standard is not whether it comes from the same committee, though that is an easy shorthand to say one way or the other, but we all know things in the same committee may not be germane. Things from other committees may be germane. That is not an absolute. So the standard is whether the amendment that we're proposing follows in the is a logical, consistent, natural and logical sequence to the subject matter of the original proposition. So the original proposition is LB 3, I think we're on, as amended, and whether Senator Wayne's proposal is in the natural logical sequence to that. And I would ask if Senator Wayne would yield for a question.
Senator Wayne, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
So Senator Wayne, LB 3, as amended, what we're talking about right now, my understanding, it creates cash fund, is that right?
Yes.
And it directs sales and use taxes into that cash fund?
Yes.
So it does, and it opens up that chapter, which is helpful, but it specifically, the purpose of parts of this bill as amended are to direct sales and use taxes.
Correct.
And your amendment would direct us as to not collecting sales and use taxes.
On a particular thing, yes.
On a particular thing. So it is logically and consistently statutorily achieving a similar idea, right?
It falls right underneath the logical conclusion of where we direct sales and use tax. We can look at what sales and use tax we are directing and if we should have those.
So yeah, exactly. So your theory is logically and consistently, if we can say where in a bill says where sales and use taxes can go, we can say that they also can't go somewhere, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Senator Wayne. So colleagues, Senator Mosier hit it on the head, I think, that if you don't like this idea or you don't want to do it now for any number of reasons, go ahead and vote against it. I'm in favor of this idea. I joined Senator Wayne and so many others in supporting this idea, but it is an avant-garde idea. Senator Wayne is an incredibly bright guy, and he figured this one out. Took me a few minutes, even with his guidance, to figure it out. But he's right. It doesn't have to come from the same committee. It just has to logically and consistently follow from the proposition that's under consideration. His amendment tells the state not to collect sales and use tax. This bill, as amended, tells the state how or what to do, how to dispose of sales and use tax. Both of them logically, naturally, have to do with the disposition of sales and use tax. Opens up the same chapter. So I encourage your green vote on overruling the chair, and I would certainly encourage your green vote on the amendment, but we can take that up after we get past this point. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to say something kind of shocking. I agree with Senator John Kavanaugh, and I disagree with Senator Ben Hansen. I know, it's like earth-shattering. I don't entirely disagree with Senator Ben Hansen. The idea of if you voted to sustain the chair's ruling earlier today on germaneness, then what is different here? Because I did vote to sustain the chair's ruling on germaneness earlier today, and I am going to vote to overrule the chair this evening. I, like Senator John Kavanaugh, I did not think it was germane at first. That was my initial reaction. I was like, well, it's not germane. But I sat here and I listened to the debate and I listened to what Senator Wayne was saying, and I thought, okay, that is germane. Then I wondered, was the amendment this morning, was I incorrect in how I voted? And if I was, I would definitely say that I felt that publicly. But then I checked with the clerk, and as far as I know, quick glance, this morning they were not only different committees, but it didn't open up the same section of statute. And I like to be as consistent as possible. So I also like this amendment, but even if I didn't like this amendment, I would still vote for the germaneness based on the arguments that have been articulated this afternoon. I do think this amendment has to get 25 votes to be adopted. So those of you that don't like the amendment itself, don't vote for the amendment. My final point, to counter Senator Hansen's remarks about seeing it in a broader package, this concept was in a broader package. It just didn't make it into the final because it was part of a broader package. So Senator Wayne is trying to take one piece of the broader package and put it in to move forward. And it is something that was talked about a lot, that we don't tax pool services, but we tax electricity. That was a common thread earlier this week in debate. And so I welcome the opportunity for us collectively to say, we don't want to tax electricity. I also was fine with voting to get rid of the pool tax exemption. So there you have it. That's where I stand. I appreciate the conversation today. I was originally going to stay with the chair, but I'm now not. And again, earth-shattering, I know, but I agree with Senator John Kavanaugh, and in this instance, I am going to respectfully disagree with Senator Hansen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Wayne, you are recognized to close on the motion to overrule the chair.
Colleagues, thank you, Mr. President. You know, I've often got overruled. I think the 1107 debate, I said some germaneness issues and chair ruled one way and I tried to override the chair, it didn't go. But I've never pulled punches on rules. I haven't. I may use them to my advantage, but I'm always following the rule. And the rule says, germaneness amendments relate only to the details of the specific subject of the bill, must be a natural and logical sequence of the subject matter. We're dealing with sales and use tax. That is the subject matter. Where those come from is a natural and conclusion. The fact that it even opens up the same chapter tells you that we're using that. And even a subsection that is one subsection away. That means it is a natural and logical conclusion. You may not like the policy, but on germaneness, it's correct. The arguments that I heard is, it wasn't in my committee. I've never made those arguments on the floor. I do it for re-referencing, saying we have a history of this being in this committee. But I've always known that some things, it goes other places. Depending on how you draft it, I used to make a joke that if you draft something that says counties and cities, it goes to government. If you draft it for just cities, it goes to urban affairs. And then in the amendment, we just include counties. I understand all that. But when it comes to germaneness, real germaneness, it opens the chapter. It is a natural, logical conclusion, sequence from the subject matter. You may not like the policy. You may vote down the policy. I am not trying to filibuster. I'm not trying to take up a lot of time. I want to vote on this. So before I dropped this, I did the research. I looked at it. I verified it. It is the same chapter. It's one subsection away, but the overall concept is what we are doing with sales and use taxes. We are putting it into a fund. The natural logical conclusion is we can dictate what sales tax goes in there, and I'm saying we're eliminating that whole sales tax. It can't go in there. So I would ask you for a green vote to overrule the chair. We could have a policy debate. We could talk about the pay for, but procedurally, this is germane. Let's make sure we be consistent. It is germane. So I would ask for a green vote on this, and we can debate whether or not this should be passed. But this is germane. Thank you, Mr. President. Call the House, roll call vote, reverse order.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
25 ayes, 6 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. The request was for roll call vote, reverse order. The question is the motion to overrule the chair. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Meyer. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Not voting. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Not voting. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Ibaugh. Not voting. Senator Hunt. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Senator Erdman. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bosson. Not voting, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Not voting, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Vote is 21 ayes, 17 nays, Mr. President, to overrule the chair.
The motion is adopted. The vote needed 22. It is not successful.
Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill at this time.
Raise the call. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just didn't want the bill to move forward without any further conversation. And to explain to people at home, normally something needs 25, which is a simple majority, but this only needed 22 because of the number of senators present, I believe. And I'm getting head shakes from up front. Which actually makes that more heartbreaking because it had 21 votes and not 22. And the disappointing thing about it is that that was a procedural vote, not a vote of support for the amendment itself. And it seemed like some of the people, at least some of the people who spoke in opposition to the amendment, didn't really address the germaneness issue and then voted against the germaneness issue. So that is disappointing. This was used as a point of contention several times during debate on LB 34 about how we were being obstructionists to not allow us to take away the, or to create an exemption for taxing utilities. So several of the people who stood on the floor and made those comments did not vote to give us the opportunity to make that specific exemption. And that is really, for me, it's frustrating. I like consistency, as I said about responding to Senator Hansen's comments. I like consistency. I try to be as consistent as possible, and to have individuals for days and days talk about how we didn't do this for utilities and then vote against it because it's too expensive, vote against the opportunity to vote for it because it's too expensive. That just for me is very disingenuous, but we are where we are, and I am going to ask for a machine vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB3 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, the motion is to advance LB3 to E&R engrossing, and there's been a request for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 7 nays to advance the bill, Mr. President.
LB3 is advanced to E&R engrossing. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Resolution 2CA to select file. Additionally, amendment to be printed from Senator Wayne to LB 34. Finally, a priority motion. Senator Mosier would move to adjourn the body until Saturday, August 17th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Speaker Arch to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yes, convene tomorrow, 9 a.m. Tomorrow, we will be convening at 9 a.m. We will take up the select file debate for LR2CA, which we passed today on general. We also need to stay checked in until we receive back from the bill drafter's office the bills we advanced today and LR2CA, if advanced to ENR final tomorrow. So again, we've had that before. We'll stand at ease until that comes back. Saturday is a needed legislative day to allow final reading, not just for the select, but also we're not going to read it, but to allow final reading for LB 34A next Tuesday, based upon its introduction date and the constitutional 7 legislative day requirement to pass a bill. So that's 34A on Tuesday. Now, that's Saturday, and hopefully it will be a short day. Monday will be check-in day. We will convene at 9 a.m., adjourn by 9:30. In order to count as a legislative day, which is our layover day for final on Tuesday, we'll need a quorum of 25 members. So please respond to the email I'll be sending later today with this announcement message to confirm whether you will be here on Monday. We did this when we did our check-in days for bill introduction, and we'll do the same here. Please let me know. I want to be sure that we have 25 on Monday. So then Tuesday, we will convene at 9 a.m., take up final reading of LBs 34, 34A, 2, 3, 4, and LR2CA, dependent upon tomorrow's action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The legislature is adjourned.